planning to do today. Just to share with those of you who are joining in fresh, I think Maria, welcome, Patrick as well. So yesterday we had a really nice session with the Foster colleagues who are all in this room here today. The country coordinators who have come from Jordan, Bangladesh, Uganda, and Kenya. We had a really good session talking about what we've achieved through the Foster program, notably, but also some of the discussions about what we can do better, what insights we still need to push forward with Foresight in food system transformation space. And we also wanted to engage with many of you in the network to learn more. And yesterday we had a really nice discussion about the dashboard, the food systems dashboard, as well as the accelerator initiative. Jamie led that session as well. There was a very nice discussion with the modeling experts, Keith and Roberto as well. And Johannes was also there sharing some of the work with the modeling database that we're compiling. And today, once again, we're going to have a nice combination of hybrid online and offline engagement. So looking forward to it. Let me just briefly share with you all the program that we have in mind. And I'll speak to this briefly for those who are a bit, who just joined in today, what we have in mind. So we have a 2-day sort of hybrid workshop format. Essentially, the idea is to draw out insights, innovations, lessons learned from all different types of Foresight processes that have been ongoing. We want to, in a way, puzzle together a mosaic of different experiences and themes. So we have talked about the dashboard, the Accelerate initiative, modeling, where is that heading? How is that further developing, the combination with quantitative, qualitative? But now today we want to be talking about UNFSS and the evolving context of food system transformation. So Jim and Patrick will speak to that a bit to get us started. Then we'll talk about regional Foresight hubs. We'll talk about radical food system futures and the potential for that to be a research agenda moving forward. We will also share an update from the action research on quality criteria and evaluation of Foresight that we've been doing together with FARA and IDRC. But then also the third topic is forward-looking perspective. So I think for those online and for those here, I mean, we have positive signals that we have in some way the potential to continue with a similar type of foster program supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. So that's a nice ingredient that we can have confidence to build on. But how that looks and in what way the collaboration for the Foresight Food Initiative could look is also part of some of the brainstorming that we want to do today. So today, what we want to do with this session is to collect some insights and ideas following the UN Food Systems Summit stock-taking moment in Addis. Some of us were there. I think some of the people online also were there. Well, the idea is basically to do a bit of a stock take. So we want to understand a bit, where are we now with this agenda? It's 4 years since the UN Food Systems Summit. The Foster program was partly, building on that initiative and the pathways that emerged from that. But what are then also the emerging, what's the status of that agenda? And what is an emerging challenge and an opportunity for Foresight to contribute to that moving forward? So we'll start a bit. Well, I've taken. We'll do maybe a brief round of introductions to those online also. Then some reflections. Jim will kick off with that and sharing a few of the different ideas that are emerging there and different topics that are of relevance there. I'll ask Patrick as well to chip in and to add reflections from his side. And then we just want to have a nice group discussion. So we'll have both online and offline discussions. What are shifting trends, narratives, and dynamics seeing, building on this whole food system transformation global agenda? And what are the implications for Foresight and Foresight experts? And then we'll come back in plenary and we'll share a bit what are the ideas moving forward and opportunities there. That's okay for the agenda? Online people, can we just hear from you? So can we just go around and have a bit of a short introduction? So a bit name, where you're based, your organization, etc. Maybe you could say something briefly about the topic of your particular interest for today. I will go to some of the new faces I haven't seen yet. Michiel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So very happy to be here. So my name is Michiel van Dijk. I'm a senior researcher at Wageningen Social and Economic Research, and actually have a background in modeling. And I work in several of the CGR programs, they're called now. And also there we try to combine food system modeling, we have our own model magnet, with qualitative approaches to integrate also the views from stakeholders. So this workshop very well fits with my interest.
Nice. Thanks for joining, Michiel. Denise?
Good morning, everyone. Deniz Koca from Lund University Center for Environment and Climate Science. My background is in environmental engineering, but over the past 30 years almost, working with systems dynamics modeling, integrated impact assessments. In the past 10 years or so, very much on the transformation of the whole economic systems to a bio-based economy, and particularly the food systems transformation, how we can model that part. A part of FOSNet project, together with Monica and John, we're working in that Horizon Europe project. And in addition to that, taking part and leading two other Horizon Europe projects where we try to look into alternative proteins, like novel alternative proteins, including cultivated meat and microbial production of proteins. And how would that affect the future food systems? So there's a lot of work ongoing there in terms of modeling. So that's my primary interest at the moment.
No, thanks, Denise. And yeah, you emailed me with a question. So we will put online recordings from the sessions from yesterday. So don't worry if you indeed missed that. And we'll also share the slides to all people who have registered for this two-day event. This camera is too smart for me. Yeah. So we will be sharing all those different discussions and materials. And I should also note that the mural board also is there as a sort of online note-taking area. So throughout the whole day, people can log into the mural and even type in, even if we don't have group discussions. So if you feel like, hey, this is interesting observation should be captured there, feel free to already jump in there. Let's see. Who else? I think Maria, you didn't join yesterday, so maybe you can introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. It's good to see some familiar faces. My name is Maria Diaz. I'm based in Paris at Sustainable Development Solutions Network, SDSN. I am the senior manager of the FABO consortium. So for those of you who don't know, FABO stands for Food, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Land Use, and Energy. It's a global network of researchers, specifically modelers on integrated food and land use systems. We develop long-term pathways for sustainable food and land use systems with stakeholders that aim to achieve global goals as well as national targets, including the UNFSS pathways. We tried to capture and model the UNFSS pathways back in, I think, 3-4 years ago when the first summit took place and the first round of pathways were published. And we published some analysis trying to, find the main gaps and the main areas that they could be strengthened. So I'm super interested in this conversation and hearing from you. Happy to meet you. Bye.
Thanks, Maria. Kirsten, I think your name is CU, but I think it's Kirsten, right? Yeah. Go ahead.
It's me. Sorry for that. Yeah, I'm Kerstin Kuhls from the Fraunhofer Institute for Systems and Innovation Research in Karlsruhe, Germany, and I'm in Foresight for a very long time. So this is exactly my field. I'm working in many different subjects there, but currently, especially agriculture, food systems are the major ones. I'm part of the Foster Consortium and leading the work package 1, which is exactly building up this kind of platform, discussing futures, discussing different things that are coming, doing scenario work. And I'm also currently conducting the SCAR Foresight for the Standing Committee of Agricultural Research for the European Commission. I think that's so much for now. I'm traveling. And yesterday I had no internet, sorry for that. And today I will drop out several times when I have to change trains.
No worries. Thanks a lot for joining, Kirsten. Thanks. Let's see. I think Patrick, you weren't there yesterday. Maybe you can introduce yourself.
Thank you, Bram. Can you hear me well?
We hear you.
Yes. Well, my name is Patrick Caron. I'm a researcher at CIRAD in France. I'm a geographer working on mainly analysis of controversies related to food systems. I'm, we can say, involved in Foresight for Food quite importantly, and at the moment I'm very much involved with governance at CGIAR, which takes a lot of my time. So I will not be able to join for the whole program, and I do apologize in advance.
Thanks a lot, Patrick, and I love your very modest introduction. Maybe you can indicate, Patrick, what is your, I mean, are you pressed for time? Should I switch your contribution with Jim's? Okay, all right. Let's see, then some people who were with us yesterday. Stuart, do you want to, yeah.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Stuart Jennings here from the University of Leeds, UK, and my work mostly focuses on using integrated assessment, primarily the iFeed framework, to assess future nutrition security in sub-Saharan Africa. Thanks.
Thanks, Stuart. Jamie?
Morning, everyone. Jamie Morrison, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, where I manage our policy-related support to governments in 12 countries across Africa and Asia. Good to see you again.
Thanks, Jamie. Thanks for joining. Simbarashe?
Good morning, everyone. Simbarashe Nokobedzo is my name, doctoral researcher at the Finland Futures Research Center, focusing on alternative proteins in Southern Africa. Currently in Poland with the Futures Literacy Company as a Global Foresight Fellow. Thank you.
Thanks, Simba. And yeah, I think you should connect with Denise. I think you have a similar interest there. And I know you're interested.
And Christine as well.
As well, yeah. Okay, great. So, and I think you're particularly interested in the radical food futures as well, right? You've mentioned to me also. Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, great. Marion?
Good morning, everyone. Good to see many of you again this morning. I'm also among the one who can't join the entire day because I have other training to attend to. But I'm based at Wageningen Social and Economic Research at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. So there are colleagues also from Just and others in the room. Sophie, where are you? Yeah. So and not really part of Foster, but working with Foresight for Food with Bram and Jim very much on Foresight in other projects. And now the most new initiative is to try and train more people as facilitator of Foresight processes under the African Food Fellowship as part of their food system leadership program, because we feel in the African Food Fellowship that futures thinking and handling foresight is an important leadership skill to have. Thanks, Marion. Roberto?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Roberto Valdivia, and I'm an economist at Oregon State University. I work primarily on developing methods and tools for impact assessment, trade-off analysis, and also a co-leader of the Foresight and Regional Integrated Assessment of the Agricultural Model Intercomparison and Improvement projects. We've been developing what we call representative agricultural pathways using the Foresight methods in many countries in Africa and Asia for the last 14, 15 years. So yeah, happy to join as much as I can. If I don't feel asleep, it's 2 in the morning here.
I was wondering this, Roberto, because I was surprised to see you, to be honest, but great, thanks for joining. John?
Hello again, everyone. I'm John Thompson. I'm a senior fellow in rural futures at the Institute of Development Studies, UK. I guess 2 things of relevance to this discussion. I'm the social science lead on a transdisciplinary research project called Clarity, which is working on water futures in tropical drylands in India and East and West Africa. And that's part of a large program funded by FCDO and IDRC on climate resilience and adaptation. And we've been leading work on what we call transformation labs and bringing different stakeholders, particularly poor water users and others together in a visioning foresight type of process over a sustained process to imagine possible water pathways to more sustainable and resilient futures. And the other is I'm Deputy Director of the Sussex Sustainability Research Program, which is a joint initiative of IDS and the University of Sussex. And we've been doing work on what we call synergy drivers among the Sustainable Development Goals and identifying policies and measures that can accelerate action at scale on the SDGs. And we just launched a new report at the UN last month, or the month before, I guess now, the high-level panel of experts or high-level political forum there. And that is trying to identify processes for ways that we can accelerate action towards that 2030 agenda. And we can talk more about it, but there's a lot of discussion now going on within the UN system, recognizing we have to make the most of the least, and how can we do that? And we're proposing this synergy driver approach as a way to do that more effectively and efficiently.
Very interesting. All right, great. Let's see, Sabarni also there. I think camera's off, but yeah, would be nice to see you if we can.
See me. Hello, everyone. I'm Sabarnita Ladar. I'm from Nepal. I'm working in an institute called Integrated Center for Integrated Mountain Development. And Foresight is relatively a new field for us. And we are really thankful to be able to participate in this because through this participation, we are able to see how it can be taken forward, like outscaled and upscaled from currently what we're doing is we've done implemented foresight in not specifically food, but other in areas like pastoralism, livestock, adaptation, and migration. So yeah, it's very interesting. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Sabarni. Thanks for joining from the Hindu Kush mountain region that you're working, right? So really good. I'd like to just move into the program because I think, you know, many of us in the room, I think have already introduced themselves yesterday, and I think familiar faces are there. So if we're okay, well, let's move into it. Jim, do you want to present, or do you want to introduce first? What do you think?
In the room?
No, just kick off, I'd say, right? Yeah.
So where do I need to be? Sort of that way, I think is the way it works, is it?
Yeah, no, but you have to turn around to us.
Oh, okay, and then it works.
Yeah, it should track you now.
Great, okay. I mean, I think this is just a bit of a kickoff in some of the thinking about where are we going. And then this is really in the context of, now today we're starting to think about where might we go with all the foresight work, say over the next 5 years, with the sort of, you know, positive indications that the Dutch might support a bit of funding in the context of how that might link with the work that we heard about yesterday from Jamie around the Accelerator Initiative. And so we thought maybe a good place to start was just a few reflections on what was happening at the UN Food System Summit +4. And there was a whole bunch of us there. So I mean, my sense was I might just sort of kick that off, hand over to Patrick. Money-Rule, you were there. Bram, you were there, and just hear a few thoughts of what people thought about that, but then move on to a deeper discussion around what do we think is the whole context in which we're going to be operating. What are some of the big challenges in tackling the whole food systems transformation agenda over the coming 5 years, and what are the implications for that in terms of how we're thinking about the foresight work? Make sense? So I guess being at the summit was an interesting exercise. I mean, there was a lot of energy there. There was a lot of groups doing a lot of really interesting stuff. I mean, I think the way the summit has actually taken the whole agenda forward over the last 5, 6, 7 years, I think it is pretty phenomenal. Certainly the whole discussion around taking a systems approach and a food system thing is very definitely on the agenda. I think a great way to have a huge network of lots of different people coming together around this sense. And that way it was, I think, very, very positive. On the other hand, I guess I left with a couple of big feelings. One was there was quite a lot of business as usual. And I didn't get a sense that the difficult issues were really being put seriously on the table. And I guess then thirdly, that there wasn't a lot of discussion around what is the actual process of how all of this change is going to come about. And also a bit of a sense, particularly in the African context, that we're in a little bit of a fork in the road, because I think there's a lot of interest and concern about getting investment. But I was left with a bit of a sense, but one of those pathways is very much a business as usual investment into Africa with a lot of the things that we're actually trying to work against. So I think, for me, it was quite a mixed sort of picture there about what was going on. The other thing that seemed to be almost not spoken about was what was happening in the wider development context. So it was sort of a discussion as if the whole rug had not just been pulled out from the development world, which I found quite astounding. So I think there was, and at a country level, clearly a lot is going on in different ways. I think a lot of stuff had been packaged together. How much of that is deep fundamental change and how much of that is telling a nice story for the global audience? I think there's some questions around. So I guess that was a little bit of my feeling about the whole event. But I think then, it is an interesting platform to go forward because there's a lot of interest, a lot of people doing a lot of stuff. The issues are very much on the agenda. So then I think, how do we think about that as a point of opening up the really difficult discussions if we want to try and tackle the big issues that everybody's talking about? So why don't I stop there and just give others a chance to respond to that. I mean, maybe even Patrick, you might like to jump in and give your reflections and see whether it's a radically different perspective than what I had.
Thank you, Jimmy. Well, we did not speak that agree before. Do you have 30 seconds or 30 minutes?
Well, I think maybe we can have sort of a bit of an interactive discussion with you, Patrick, and then get some other reactions in here and just hear what people are thinking around it. Maybe more of a dialogue than a presentation, but whatever you're ready for.
Okay, so just some thoughts, 5 minutes, and then I stop. Well, first of all, I think we have to keep in mind two issues in the global framing, that this is a UN summit. So not by definition, but as a rule, the focus was very much on the national scale transformation. And the discourse were very much on national scales transformation, with the second topic, which is, we all know about that, a weakened multilateralism that does not make things easier. So that was the global framing. We have to keep that in mind, whether we look at the role of the hub implemented by the UN Food System Summit, or in the context of, and the role of the CFS, the UN Committee on World Food Security, that was much more visible than it was before in 2021. I would like to focus on what has changed for the last 4 years. And for me, there are three big issues in the agenda that show that the agenda has evolved very quickly in 4 years. Number one is the acceptance that there is a narrative bringing food system at the heart of food system transformation, at the heart of sustainable development, because of nexus, because of transsectorial dynamics, because of the need for collective action to move and to transform food systems. The second one is, I noticed that we were much less shy than 4 years ago to look at the pain points and to bring agency and governance to the table. That was a sort of ignored topic 4 years ago, and I'm not saying that everyone is talking about that, but at least it comes to the table. And the number three is the very strong convergence agenda, bringing environmental issues, in particular through UN conventions COP, and food, as it was suggested in COP28 in Dubai. So that's for the framing. To share my thoughts, I came back to 6 issues that I've identified as controversial in 2021, and I noticed that there is a lot of advance on 3 of them and no advance on 3 other ones. First, the science policy interface and the function of science, including Foresight. There has been a very strong evolution, and science policy interface is very much discussed in a renewed sense, which is not just transfer of knowledge from science to policy. And in many opportunities, I could see that. Of course, we have to relate it to the growing awareness of uncertainty in all dimensions. Number 2, with the big issue of do we have to produce more or not, and what is the status of the productivity in agriculture, and how to measure performance when acknowledging the multifunctionality of agriculture. The same, there have been a lot of evolution, and with the acknowledgement of the need to take into account nexus when coming to designing and implementing metrics and data systems. The third one is about sovereignty and governance scales. That was a very big pushback 4 years ago on these issues, and I noticed that the wording has changed, the lexicon has changed, and the position and the discussion have changed. And then there are 3 that have not changed at all. It's a divide between some people who think that technology will bring miracle and address all and solve all the problems on Earth, and the other one that say that it's first of all social technical controversies to be addressed and power asymmetry. The second, which has not changed, is the connection between and the articulation between public action and private action. There is still a bit, like Jim has said, advocacy for pulling private resources, but it does not go further than that. And the third one, which has not changed, is the discourse between specificity, specificity on the one hand, and context, local context specificity, and on the other hand, the diversity and the need to stimulate and boost and manage the coexistence of different transformation pathways. Well, with that, I will finish with 3 light remarks. The first one is, apart from this global framing and discussion, what is very important to my mind is from my point of view, is the fact that there are a huge number of new initiatives looking explicitly at food system transformation in all countries of the world. Not necessarily at the national level with roadmaps, but essentially at the local level. School feeding, education, short value chains, recycling, etc., etc., loss and waste mitigation. So there is an incredible material to look at, to learn from, and to analyze. My second one is that in this particular moment, when we looked at the national level, we somehow ignore too much the local level and what we can learn from that. But in particular, we completely ignored how there is articulation between what takes place at the local level, at the national level, and at the global level in terms of framing. So local innovation, national policy, global framing. We should look much more at that. We should try to understand what are the mechanisms, how bricolage is taking place, how contamination is taking place from one scale to another, and this is not completely on the agenda. There is rather a call for scaling up or having impact at scale, which should be criticized, well, looked at from a very critical angle. And my third one, and I will finish with that, first of all, is, and we know, most of us know him very well, the passing of David Navarro just the day before, which is a huge loss. And to my understanding, to my appreciation, is one of the main architects of the summit. And I had the chance to make the concluding remarks of a session at the stock taking moment that was explicitly focusing on science, which is interesting because a session on science just before the closing remarks of the stock taking moment is important. And I had a chance to advocate for 4 invitations. The number one is, apart from the role of science in designing technology, the need for science to track change and deliver metrics and evidence to account for those complex processes. The second is to overcome, not just to look at success stories, but to look at obstacles to transformation and analyze controversial issues. Number 3, to engage in co-designing the possible and plausible future through foresight to take into account uncertainty. And number 4 is to engage in dialogue and innovation institutional arrangement through appropriate methodologies, which are mediation, negotiation, and design. Back to you, Jim. I hope I was not too long.
No, fantastic, Patrick. Your usual wonderfully insightful and articulate self. I'm wondering, Patrick, just while you're in the flow, from your side, what are the main implications of that?
Well,
what are the main implications of all of that for the work of Foresight over the coming 5 years, and what do you think of both the big opportunities and the big obstacles that those of us working in this space might face?
Well, I would take 2. There might be more, but I would insist on 2 issues. Number 1, this is the time for foresight because of uncertainty and because of the many locking. Foresight is now acknowledged. That was not at all the case 5 or 10 years ago, where we were all looking at trends, modeling, and forecast rather than foresight. That's a huge change, so it's now. And the second one is to try to really focus, when I have the Forster project in mind, to really focus on how those connections between local change, national change are taking place, how local initiative and innovations can generate the design of new policies at territorial national level, how the national level framing can stimulate, boost, unlock transformation at the local level. This is, to my appreciation, something we should focus on.
Thanks, Patrick. So let's just open up for other reflections, comments, both those of you online and in the room here. So, but
a question, especially to Patrick. Hi, this is Bart speaking. My impression is that there is still a disconnect between what we call or refer to the pathways and the national realities. And what is your impression whether the pathways evolve to absorbing more the realistic situations in countries, or are they diverging from that and become more paper realities where we cannot build our foresight on the pathways, but need to connect more to the realities in country.
Well, two reactions on that.
Monty, you might like to respond to that as well. Patrick?
Two reactions on that. First of all, it very much depends from one situation to another one. And I'm quite sure, first of all, for example, listen to what is taking place in Ethiopia. And I was very much impressed because from what I could see in the room, of course, I did not go to the field, but what I could see in the room, there are really new connections, new discussions, new arrangements, new decisions that are made, which translate into real changes. And we could feel, I will not give name from other presentation, that it's much more a sort of an administrative, bureaucratic, or academic exercise. So the two are real, if I'm not wrong. But then I would add something else. It's only 4 years, and 4 years is very short. And I will take the example of my own country, France. I'm not quite sure with all this shift in the agenda that some years ago there would have been an attempt to design and publish a national policy on climate, food, and nutrition, which is taking place at the moment. Of course, there are huge fights about that, and apart from the removal of the government every 4 months, what we could see is a huge conflict across ministries to decide on some very key issues. Take the example of the consumption of meat and animal source products. There was first an agreement across the ministers of health, environment, and agriculture that the consumption of meat in France should be reduced, and it was ready to be published. And then there has been an arbitration by the Prime Minister that instead of saying the consumption should be reduced, they said the consumption should be balanced. Well, you can look at the huge difference in that, but that means that something is taking place. And coordination is taking place, and action is taking place. So I would not put it black and white. I think there are many changes that are taking place, which probably are long-term processes.
Thanks. Monirul, would you like to respond to that question of the degree to which the national pathways are really a driver for change, or a little bit of a paper tiger?
Thank you. I think pathway is a great manifesto of the government to move forward, but there are certain things that lagging it behind, or there are some bottlenecks for implementation of the pathways. First of all, this external shocks, especially the climate, as well as this uncertainty from the global arena. Trade is disrupted, and many more. Especially a high price of cost of production.
Can I just double check? Can people online hear Monirul okay? Good.
So these uncertainties is really pushing it back from the government's agenda. Also, there are some changes in the government. Actually, in many countries, especially the global south, there are many countries are, this new generation are having changes in the government system. So I think the priority of food system is rightly placed, as Patrick mentioned, that why food system is the core of SDG implementation. Government addresses SDG because many of the visionary documents are already obsolete. They are no longer required because of the political scenario has changed. But nowadays, food system is the only priority agenda of the government, and the pathway is the center of that. But there are some bottlenecks of the finance, the investment process, because we already see there is a huge cut down of the development assistance from the USAID and also some of the European countries. Now what's happening, the government is pushing it forward, but there is a huge investment is required. In terms of the requirement, the amount of the investment in place is very, very low. So what the thing that can move it forward, how the frontier can be changed is only because of the partnership and engagement that has been already acknowledged by the UNFSS +4, that what we have achieved, the synergy that we have achieved should continue, but the private-public partnership should be more focused so that the investment can be catalyzed. And another thing that they also mentioned that this climate extreme should, and also the nutrition and this both should go together. Otherwise, they are more isolated and they cannot really help each other. So there are some other opportunities to go, but the question of pathway is still relevant. This is not a paperwork, but I think we should frame it more accurately from the development partner side as well as the ecosystem of support side, because no one can take it forward by its alone. So it's a synergistic approach, system approach that we can put it in the right way. So I think government is prioritizing. We should also look at the government, like how government want to change. Listening to government is important.
Yeah. Great. And I mean, it's been quite exciting with our work with Bangladesh, where 3 ministries now have said that they're interested in setting up Foresight units.
Absolutely.
Which ones were those, Monirul?
This is because Foresight is embedded in the Ministry of Food with the National Pathways, while the National Convener's Office. But other 2 ministries, especially Ministry of Environment and also Ministry of Agriculture, they want to establish actually Foresight unit along with the Ministry of Food. So we had an interministerial demand for opening Foresight as their like established center in their ministry, so that they can have a better alignment with their planning and visions.
Right, thanks.
Can I have a follow-up question to that question about the pathways?
Just before you do that, I mean, others, I'm not sure who online was there. I think Roberto, you were there. I'm not sure who else online was there, and Bram, you were there. So I'll just ask for a few other reflections from people who were at the summit as well. Monica?
Just a question on the pathways. So how much is there now a need based on all the basically geopolitical changes that we've seen and the funding changes, USAID, how much is there a need for the different countries to really update, so to say, their visions where they want to go versus the pathways? Because Foresight can help in different ways with that. But if they're still basically holding on to a vision of where the whole food system should go in 10 years from now, that's basically obsolete, then I think that would be really important opportunity to work with countries to think that versus, so to say, rethinking the implementation pathway. So where do you see this right now?
Yeah, actually, the starting of UNFSS was fast tracking the process of achieving SDGs. The UNFSS was the primary objective was that.
Yeah.
Now it's only 4 years to go. We are completing SDGs. I don't know what will happen after post SDGs, but countries are visioning at least 20 years from now.
Yeah.
So Bangladesh, for example, Bangladesh is now is a transition government, is an intermediate caretaker government, but still they are like to making the agriculture vision 2050. So the roadmap of 2050 is their new demand. So previously it was a vision 2041, but that's the previous government. Now the government is really going forward to 2050. So the government is not thinking about too much of short term, because of SDG is very close, but SDG is important to check where is your progress, but still we all know that we cannot achieve SDG fully. So do we need an extension of SDG, or do we need a different version of SDGs post alignment? So we need to think for Foresight 2050 at least, so that we can plan better. We can project our resource mobilization and partnership building.
I mean, just a quick response to that, Monica. I mean, one of my reactions would be that perhaps the bigger picture in the long term is there and the big goals. The question about scenarios is how do you get there? So what are the different scenarios for achieving just different objectives, and how does that fit into the long-term picture? So I think coming down to a lot more detailed scenarios around what would be different potential pathways of achieving different objectives and how would that affect the overall story in the long run is probably where we need to be going.
Yeah, maybe sharing something from our perspective, like implementing the foster program. So as a coordinator of the in-country work, what we do see, I think, is that it was hugely helpful to use Foresight in the development of scenarios to support the development of these implementation plans for these pathways. Not in every country that work the same way. But at the same time, we also see a big difference between what's on paper in the pathways and in their plans of actions, and where the debate sometimes is in the ministries of agriculture, and some of the other ministries that have to deal with food, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Health. I think we realized also that the pathways and the plans of action are not the policy documents necessarily that will really shift where the money flows are going in a major way, right? They are inspiring visions and guiding documents to shape the discussion. But I think for our work and also how we want to shape the next phase of Foresight for Food's work, I think it could be really inspiring to focus maybe a bit more on specific themes and topics, the key food systems challenges, the key leverage points that we see in the food system, and zoom in a bit more on those and try to see if we can do specific Foresight exercises related to those. And in many of the countries where we work, we started doing that. I think we saw a lot of energy coming out of that to make policy briefs using Foresight related to very specific topics. Because I think the danger sometimes is if you want to connect to very broad pathways, you stay in the world of big visions while also looking at UNFSS and the discussions there. I think there was a big call for going from words to action to really make sure, okay, are we putting the money and the investments in those things that actually will move the needle when it comes to food system transformation? So yeah, that's a bit my insight, is that maybe we don't need to stay as close as to the pathways themselves as documents, but more to a few key areas where we see a lot of potential for change and really support those areas with our Foresight work.
Great, thanks, Jess. Good comment. Roberto, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that something that has been happening in Africa as an example of visions and pathways and shocks. You know, probably most of you are familiar with the Malabo declaration that was signed or adopted in 2014, and many countries signed up for that. Were established a set of goals where the African countries should be in 10 years after that. So around the 2024, 2025. So in the last couple of years, there was an evaluation of where the countries were. And so I started this process called the post-Malabo agenda. And they realized that most of the countries were behind in terms of the goals. So they're set a new agenda, which this declaration was signed earlier this year in January. It's called the Kampala Declaration. So it's the new CAADP strategy for the next 10 years. And one of the key areas is the agri-food systems transformation. So it has several points and details and targets. So the countries started working on the vision, how to meet those goals. But then with the new administration in the US and what happened with USAID, for example, many of those plans have been disrupted. So now many of the countries and plans are, scrambling to basically redo and think how to do things and with funding and support. So all the plans have changed, and now they are trying to adjust to those shocks. So that's kind of an example of, the work that had been doing for a couple of years, and something happened, and now they have to adjust. So it's just that comment.
Thanks, Roberto. And that was actually a question I was going to ask you, Patrick, because I mean, you mentioned your excitement about looking at a huge range of different initiatives at sort of local, regional, global level. But I mean, I guess one would assume that a big chunk of those initiatives were heavily financed by development finance, which have now, of course, has had the rug pulled out from underneath of it. So what do you see as the implications of the winding down of the development sector for what we're trying to achieve here?
Well, it's partly true. It's really partly true. We can see also a lot of self-organized initiatives, local markets, innovation in processing, in selling, in agroecology, and so I would not say that. Of course, the funding schemes and mechanism transformation will have a huge impact on what is taking place. But what we can observe are a lot of, as I said, emergent, self-organized initiative. And in some countries, the new generation is very strongly engaged in food system transformation for different types of reasons, and including values to make a change. So, well, I would not say so, but I would say that it's urgent to really look at how to shape and strengthen a learning community and a community of practice that is looking at what is taking place, that prevents us to be blind, that makes it possible to identify those changes, to understand the drivers, the mechanism, and the consequences, and to learn from each other. Well, Foresight for Food can be involved in that. We also, in Foresight for Food was present. I have in mind, of course, what we had organized as what called by the participants the Montpellier process, which is to boost dialogue and learning across participants from different sectors at different scales and different types of views and stakeholders to generate a safe space for learning, discussing, and designing together. So, as a conclusion, I did not answer directly to your question, but I would say that, of course, funding will have an impact, but beyond funding, let's really look at the material we have in front of our eyes and learn from it.
Patrick. Let's open up to any other questions or comments online, and Bram, you might like to share some reflections as well. Any other questions or comments from online? Bram, you were also at the summit.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of the points that I reflected on also in a blog post that I made after the summit is yeah, quite a few of the reflections I think were made here. I think also, Patrick, we had a bit of a conversation at the beginning and at the end of the summit, right? And I think we were sort of trying to get the temperature of like, where is it going? And I think in the beginning we were both sad about what had happened, of course, to David Nabarro, but also about, yeah, a bit of worriedness about where it was going. And I think I was sort of at the end a bit like, yeah, was it now leading? Was it a good thing or a bad thing? I felt it was really a mixed bag, and I felt you were very optimistic at the end, right? So I was really like encouraged by that. So and I was also increasingly thinking about this notion of polycrisis, right? So that was one thing I also observed. I think you mentioned it a bit. The language has changed. There are topics now that are more leaning towards transdisciplinary nexus thinking, systems thinking concepts, and I think you see it back in the presentations and the discussions that were there. And that was really, I think, remarkable and positive, right? I think you mentioned 4 years ago, the conversations that we have now would have not been able to be had at all. So that is a positive thing. And we talked about it also about the link between food systems and biodiversity thinking, and all those things were coming back, but also this notion of polycrisis. And I think that was also interesting because recently I came across someone saying, no, it's polytunity once again. So we should also then reframe once again, still, even when things get, negative and bad, to still see the opportunities there. So I was both feeling, yeah, a bit depressed, but at the same time also was encouraged by some of the people I met there. So I was really happy about that. And I wanted to just add maybe some things that weren't mentioned yet. It was the first time the summit was held in Africa, right? And it was really mentioned as a key milestone. And I think that was also encouraged, especially, of course, by the African stakeholders who were very proud that this was indeed happening. I think Ethiopia was really proud of it. And I think, yeah, it's a milestone, right? We don't know exactly, how it really will translate into further summits, but it was something that was mentioned as a positive thing. And I think that's also what we're talking about. This is a global initiative, and it should be carried also by different continents as well, in a way. Another thing was the youth were quite active. So there were a lot of panels which actively had youth leaders on board. They had special sessions that were all geared towards youth action. And they were, of course, like always, provoking and challenging the leaders to do something different, right? I mean, this is what they always do and which they should do. But I was surprised at how many of those sessions they were actually really part and parcel of the panels and all the discussions. So I think that was really positive. And I think the hub really encouraged that a lot, which I think was nice to see. There were some references to Foresight in the sessions I was in, but I felt it was also still a bit vague how people were talking about it. So it felt like people were, trying to understand that uncertainty is critical for their decision making, anticipatory policy making is needed. But I felt that people were not saying that they needed, Foresight approaches to help deal with that. And maybe that's something of a challenge for this community is to make sure that Foresight becomes really a tool in the toolbox of decision makers, and that they can know how to take that out of the toolbox whenever they need. And then, final point was my sadness that European and North American governments were very invisible. I mean, I saw them in the panels, but they weren't really doing much, I think. They weren't saying much. The message was there, but they were not reflecting critically on also their own role, their own position in the global food system. They were just, having some talking points about, development-oriented type of work and work in other countries, not really the reflexivity about their own position and their own in the food system. And then the US was absent, right, in everything. I didn't see anything, not even, funding nonetheless, but like contributions, I didn't see anything really. So I think that also means that there's a gap in terms of leadership and who can take it up. And maybe there's countries like Ethiopia, Brazil, I think Costa Rica, and I think Sierra Leone. Some of those countries were really active, right? And Bangladesh also. So yeah, some of those countries might need to be taking the lead, but then how that will take shape, we'll have to see. That was some additions to this conversation. Patrick, I think you want to react.
Well, not to. I'm very aligned with what you said. Just to jump on that and to make it clear what I said. Have not said that I'm optimistic about the future of the world necessarily, and don't want to depress everyone, but I'm not that optimistic at the moment. But of course, it's related to the geopolitical evolution and societal evolution. What I was saying, and just to make it very clear, is that what I noticed in 4 years, which is a very short time, there are already a lot of changes in the vocabulary, in the paradigm, in the way to look at how to analyze and how to act. And this is what I wanted to convey. Not trying to be factual on that and observing that, and that probably comes with the fact that I'm becoming older and older. But it strikes me to see how much is changing in so much time.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Look, I'm wondering, Bram, I think it's probably worth to break into a few groups now for a little bit. I mean, we let that go a little bit longer, but I think that was a super useful context setter, and we'll come back to some of this tomorrow morning. But I suggest we maybe split into 3 in the room, and 2 groups online.
Yeah.
Bram?
No, we can do one.
Do one. So if you take the one online,
it will be I'll just show the screen, the mural board. I'll put it in the chat, the link. Let's have a discussion about these. Yeah,
Yeah.
2 questions are there.
Yeah. So in each group, basically the question is, what are the big shifts, trends, narratives, dynamics that are really going to shape the work we might be trying to do around Foresight for the next 3 to 5 years? And what are the implications of that for our work as a group of people interested in Foresight? Yes?
The trends, narratives, and dynamics in the food system, right?
In the food system. But basically, what's the big context in which we might try to be operating around food systems, and what are the implications of that for Foresight work, maybe both positive and negative? Yeah. So maybe I might just number people. Just
We can do these 2 tables.
These 2 tables.
2 tables, okay. Okay.
And then we have an online.
And then we have an online group, and so we give 15 minutes to have a brief discussion around that. We'll then follow it up next week. I think just coming to maybe if you can come with 2, 3 main points for each question, that would be great.
Yeah.
Bye, Jim. Bye.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Patrick.
Apologies that I don't stay.
No, we need to have a laptop.
Yeah. Are you able to get our the questions are there? Yeah, these are the 2. Yeah. So let's have this.
Which group are we? Oh, there's one online. Which group are we 1, 2, or 3? Which one's online group?
1, 2, and 3 online.
Okay, so we are
You'll be online.
Are you okay?
We're putting it online or on the?
You might as well just do both. Do both if it's easier. And then we've got it recorded.
Yeah.
I think
Whatever you prefer.
The group online group will be group 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
So your group 1.
We're also doing it online.
You're doing it online directly in the Euro.
Yeah. John's going to right?
So can we read it?
You are the pen holder that means. I'm giving you the pen.
Yeah.
I think we'll be going fine.
I think we can better write it here because we cannot read what's on there.
We can get another thing and see if I can click mine.
Use our plus computer for now.
Question 1 and question.
Use your computer. And the online group. Yeah.
What's your
Do you want to take that one or I'll take it?
Yeah, maybe you do it and I'll make sure that I keep time.
Question 2 is what are the implications?
People are in. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, so who have got?
I don't know if there are many people. A lot of people seem to have dropped off, Jim. Because a lot have gone to other meetings, I think. Roberto, I believe, may be on there, but I'm not sure anyone else is.
Sebaresh is there, Maria. Well, let's with whoever's here, let's just sort of have a bit of a chat. And yeah.
I don't know. I thought.
So we're group 3. So if anybody's working in the mural, you can add comments there, and I'll try and get into.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I was writing on group 1.
Just if you've done stuff on group 1, just drag the things down to group 3.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Which group are we?
We're group 3.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
So we're group 3 down below.
I guess one of the things I was going to push back at Patrick at this notion that everything should be about the local. That we can't talk about scale or scaling issues. And I have to say, I understand and I sympathize with that perspective about context specificity and so on. I've spent my working career of 4 decades looking at that.
Yeah.
But I would argue at the same time, there are principles and practices and approaches that can be scaled. And it may not be formulas, blueprints necessarily, but I think we have to get away from the danger of saying local is the answer and everything has to be, very much about the unique qualities of the context. So I think it's a balancing act, of course, but I think there's a lot of potential for scaling out and scaling up and so on of a lot of practices, a lot of principles that can guide what we do, not necessarily the cookie cutter of specific innovation packages, which is the old transfer of technology model and all the rest of that. So I don't, maybe he didn't mean that, but that's certainly the way it came across. And I don't think the evidence supports that because there are lots of examples of innovative processes and system processes that are scaled and have scaled in different ways and have been transformative.
Okay, so that's basically arguing for the need for the sort of learning networks across country, regional and global scale, and there's still a big need for that sort of learning community of practice type work.
Yeah, and there's a lot of work going on at the moment. For example, in the sustainable development world, where I spend a lot of my time, there's a lot of documentation that's going on, but you put up your finger on the learning from the limitations of learning from the past if the conditions under which we're working have fundamentally changed. I think that you kind of pointed to that in response to what Patrick was saying, and that was something I was going to raise as well. The rules of the game have changed. Right now, for example, there's a large sustainable development goals initiative that's going on, a coalition that's harvesting data from around the world on innovative practice, good practice, and what's worked under what conditions. Lots of documenting of evaluations. They're working across 5 Ps, they're calling them, on people, planet, and so on and so forth. And so they're using AI in that to document all of that learning and harvesting that together, which is part of a process. But I think the dialogue part that you and Patrick were referring to, in which the Food Systems Summit originally went through with some degree of success. We were part of those conversations to some extent. And I think they did elicit some valuable thinking and knowledge exchange and the like. And so continuing to facilitate that, and Foresight for Food could be part of that, would be a good thing. One of the dangers I think we have to bear in mind, because again, I was just at this large conference in South Africa, which was all about system transformation, but looking at it from the sustainability perspective. So food was part of it, but it was a much bigger set of conversations of thinking about these questions of planetary boundaries and social boundaries and the like. And so transformation was being discussed, but it wasn't limited to food systems. And there have been, for example, the Lancet Planetary Health Initiative, the Earth Commission report that was produced in a process around that. IPBES has been doing all this work on the interlinkages among biodiversity, water, food, health. So that's the nexus point that Patrick was alluding to. And I think they've done some really good thinking on transformation as well. I've been part of some of those conversations, and my sense is it's again the challenge if you're working in parallel universes. People are using some of the same concepts, same language, but coming at these issues from slightly different angles. But it's not always being joined up that well. But I think this community that's been working around the biodiversity and water, food, health, climate linkages, and so on, and thinking about system transformation and nexus issues, there are opportunities to connect to those. And then the other group that I'm associated with is the Earth Systems Governance Network.
Yeah.
And they too are thinking about these systems changes, but from that governance angle around Earth systems from global to local.
Yeah.
And so there must be some opportunity. We just, I guess I'm cautioning against the silo approach of looking at food only,
Yeah, okay, good.
if you will, and
Yeah.
recognizing there are these parallel conversations where there's a lot of rich insight, a lot of conceptual innovation, methodological innovation, and we need to kind of connect up to some of those.
Fantastic. Thanks, John. Super interesting. Let me, Simbarasha, let me come to you. We see your hand up. And John, I'm hoping you might be able to put a few of your thoughts there in a box if you haven't already.
I'll try to do that.
All right, thank you. A very interesting conversation. My observation and understandings on the importance of inclusivity. I agree with you that all these initiatives should be centered on the local, building from the local to the bigger picture or to the global. But inclusivity is very important. I've realized that most foresight initiatives which are done, they are done by technocrats at a very high level, creating very nice pathways and scenarios, but for them to be understood at the ground level or at the base of the communities is a big challenge. So a bottom-up approach is more feasible and is more effective. For example, if you are preparing for a major, let's say, global foresight event, we can start by having these workshops at the grassroots level. Looking at the African context, for example, we have the main actors in food production and food processing are not big people, are not big companies, are not big industries. But these people who are in communities, who are in villages, they don't have any knowledge about foresight or transformation of food systems. So we can break down these tasks and these concepts to the level which they understand and try to engage them, include them at their level, and then get their input so we can synthesize those inputs and build something much bigger, which can be more inclusive and which they can easily buy in. Because the moment we try by all means to the top down approach, it's a bit difficult to bring out the results. That's my take.
Super interesting, Simbashra. How do I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, it's amazing that you are pronouncing it correctly. It's Simbarashe. So,
okay, good.
yes, thank you.
And I mean, I think what you're saying is super interesting. We did some work as Foresight for Food with WFP working in northern Kenya with the pastoralists and fisher folks. And we're using a whole lot of the methodologies at a local level in their local language. And people absolutely loved it. And there was a whole story about, how much they felt for the first time their views had actually been taken on board. And we were getting them to do things about, trends over conflict and fish species in a very participatory sort of way. I mean, John, stuff that would have been, fairly common practice back in some of the Robert Chambers days. But of course, that has all been lost, I think.
I hope not. I mean, we're just writing a paper on Farmer First 35 years later. that we hope to publish this year with colleagues at Cornell and colleagues in East Africa, West Africa, Central America, and so on, that's kind of documenting how some of these processes have continued and been institutionalized in different ways. But I agree with you, Jim, that some of it has been lost. I'll come back to you on that work where you're describing, because colleagues of ours are doing similar work in the borderlands of South Sudan, Ethiopia, northern Kenya, northern Uganda, on anticipatory action with pastoralists and using this living labs, transformation labs approach. So doing something very similar to what you're describing.
Maria or Jamie, are you both online or not? Or
Yes, yeah,
just-
I included some post-its and everything.
Yeah. So over to you for any reactions or thoughts or.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are having more or less these conversations as well in Fable, since we're starting to think about the new set of pathways and how they can reflect current realities and how is current reality looking like, and not now, but also in the next 30 years. I think that I included some of the thoughts there. I think that because there is this big absence of the major players right now, mainly the US, but not only in these sustainability discussions, it's an opportunity as well for more of a regional approach and regional blocs who usually don't have a lot of, let's say, role in these discussions. And I think us as like the science policy community, I think we can find a good space there to mobilize states and governments, and also at the subnational level. We have seen from our Fable country teams that in cases where perhaps the current administration is not very supportive of, let's say, the sustainability issues, that they have found actually a better opportunity to have some action at the subnational level, so provincial level, city level, departmental level. So I think this is something that we should not maybe take for granted, and I really find that opportunity of what's happening, because as I agree with what was said, that we can't have this discussion assuming that everything is the same as 4 years ago. Yeah, those are my major thoughts. I included them in the post-its.
Lovely, thanks, Maria. Jamie, are you still with us or?
Yeah, sorry, Jim, just about. I've had a couple of calls.
No worries.
A little bit distracted, but
Appreciate your multitasking, Jamie. It's tough doing this stuff half.
It wasn't intentional. A couple of points. I think it's been interesting to observe the processes in countries sort of taking pathways towards action plans or implementation plans, and the flexibility that those countries have had to show over the last sort of 6 to 12 months in sort of adapting that process. And I think, Bangladesh is a great example, because not only have we seen the external shocks that all countries are facing, but also the internal transformation and transition, political transformation within Bangladesh. And I think countries who have the structures in place to be able to adapt as they go along almost are those which seem to be more successful in developing implementable action plans or feasible action plans. So I think maybe more support needed to countries which are less capacitated to make those changes. And then just secondly, just picking up on the point that Maria made a moment ago about the sort of regional level support. I think out in EPAD is an institution or organization that we all need to work more closely with, I think, particularly with the rollout out of the third phase of CADAP, the Kampala phase or whatever it's called. I think that provides a great opportunity to support countries in the transformation of the African countries in the transformation of their food systems. So sorry, a bit of random thought, but
no, great.
Maybe not connected to the conversation, but
No, I think it was. So I can see I'm being chased here to wrap up this session, but I think that's sort of some super useful points. I mean, a couple of things that just reflect to me is one needing to put a lot more effort into thinking about what a good process looks like at country level. And I think, John, that reflects back a little bit to what you were talking about in terms of how do you get the right sort of dialogues with the right people at the right place, facilitated in the right way. But I think it also comes back to what we were touching on yesterday, Jamie, was what is the role of the sort of trusted, semi-neutral, creative broker in country? And, you know, again, I've seen that in Bangladesh, where I think, you know, GAIN has played a really valuable role in helping the transition across governments to keep things moving, whereas otherwise the whole thing might have just, you know, potentially collapsed. But so that, yeah, just a couple of thoughts from my side, and now I'm going to wander back in, and we'll just get a few quick reactions from people. Okay, so now I need to cut that off. So I think we don't try and go through everything. We just get a couple of, you know, what's something really interesting that struck you from your.
Okay.
How much is the subsidy? It is useless.
It is, but you know, but you can.
Okay, everyone, time's up.
Meaning, you have other methods to
I can
understand
say up to
trade-offs, but here I think they.
All right, everyone. Yes.
This will not be a
So,
one person.
right?
We need to.
Yeah. Remember this one?
Yeah, we remember.
Yeah, okay.
So I think what we will do is, I mean, it's time for a bit of a break, and we've got another session coming up, but I think this flows into partly the next session on regional support networks, but also to our discussion tomorrow morning. So I think what we might do is just take a couple of what you think are the most interesting, important ideas from each group and just share those, and then stop for a break. So why don't we just start here? What, from your whole discussion now, what are a couple of the most interesting ideas and the biggest implications?
Good. I'll make a start, and then maybe group members can add. So in terms of the key dynamics we're seeing is the acceleration of climate change and its impact on food systems, political instability in the region, different regions where we work, changing world order, key changes in the development landscape, higher dependency on food imports, and a rapid changing of diets towards more unhealthy direction. And I think we had some implications for that for our Foresight work. So we said, okay, with the Foresight work, we should focus much more on showing how we're on the wrong highway when it comes to some of these developments, and show what other possible paths are out there. And work more actively with coalitions of change actors, front runners that are really focused on trying to find solutions for those most critical food system challenges. I'll leave it there. Maybe some additions from the group.
Maybe less with multi-stakeholder processes and more with the change agents and lobbyists to put them together, and our role is to empower them so that they can do the lobbying for the change of the highway better.
Yes, and the actors of change at all levels, the champions of change at all levels, need to be aware of this and lead, and we need to find ways to empower them and facilitate their mission, lead the change, including definitely if you're on social media and bloggers and so forth, as most of our populations in the third world are less than 18.
Yeah.
And if you include less than 25, it's even more. So all the awareness about what they can do on the ground at their level. So the national, the local, and the grassroots level.
And that could be almost a condition for the next phase, that there is such a potential coalition to be created by domestic forces, not by us, but by domestic process. That potential to create that coalition could be a condition sine qua non almost to have an intervention of Foresight.
Okay, great.
No, I think this is very important. From our experience in Jordan the last 3 years, this was the key factor. leading the transformation. If you have a credible group of people in the country who dig behind things, who have access to decision makers, they will serve us much 20 times more than doing studies and doing blah blah and conferences. And so I think the governance, let's put it in a wider frame, the governance of food system transformation, which the support of these lobbies or champions of change will come through. But also, more important is also to institutionalize the transformation. And here we can't work with a line ministry that is technical. We need an umbrella ministry who can house these ideas. And then from there, they can put the basics, the frameworks, the trends, and then they start educating, training line ministries, which is, I will speak about that later. That's what we are exactly doing now in Jordan.
Nice. No, fantastic, super interesting ideas. Then let's go for a couple of reactions from online. I mean, Robert, John, Jamie, I mean, what you heard there, I think links to some of the things we were talking about, but would you like to just share a few of your thoughts? John?
Need to unmute.
Just raise the sound.
Oh, it's the volume is not
Just
up
raise
here
the
yet.
volume.
I think we're still in, oh, there we are. I was
we
going
go.
to say, I think we're still in the group. Yeah, I think we talked about the fact that there are a number of initiatives that are going on global in nature that are dealing with system transformation. And we need to be aware that governments are concerned about all of these areas they're being addressed. Food is only one of them. And I understand this point about, you know, if you're going to do foresight, you want to strengthen the capacity of government and other actors to be able to use some of these tools and approaches effectively in a multi-sectoral, cross-sectoral, and integrated fashion. It may be that it's not the Ministry of Agriculture, but the Ministry of Planning or some more central agency that has that oversight, or sometimes the Prime Minister's office or the President's office that has that responsibility for coordination across the sectors. And actually addressing capacity there, concentrating those resources, and then helping them to facilitate that cross-sectoral work might be a way to go, because they're concerned about health and climate and energy and all these other areas beyond food. And we need to be mindful of that.
Thanks, John. Shibarashi, you're making really good points about needing to get local with the processes. Would you like to just briefly share your thoughts there?
Well, I come back to the notions of living labs and, oh, sorry.
I was going to ask Shibarashi to say something about the local.
Oh, sorry, by all means.
If he's still there.
Are you still there, Shibarashi?
Hello, I'm there. I haven't raised my hand, but just to add one more point which we discussed, we also raised the issue of inclusivity in this foresight work. Whatever we do, we have to try by all means to include even the lower levels, considering that much of the food production in most countries is done at a very lower level. So if we are dreaming of transforming whatever system we are trying to transform, it's best to include those lower levels, the communities in whatever way possible. It could be organizing community-based workshops, working in local languages, respecting their ethical and cultural issues. I think that way we can bring more impact with our foresight work. Thank you.
Thank you. Just very quickly, quick comments from Roberto, Maria, or Jamie before I move to the last group.
Yeah, I agree with both of the comments in terms of the local aspect and also the cross-sectoral. I think they're important. And this also brings back to what we discussed yesterday, right? And the cross-scale interactions coming from local to subnational and national, how to create that connection across the scales in a way that is consistent and moving in the same direction. And the cross-sectoral part is also important. I think I remember we discussed this in Addis a couple of months ago, right? Because agri-food systems is not isolated, right? That there are a lot of connections with other sectors, and we need to consider that.
Thanks, Roberto. Okay, if no other comments from online, then
Maria wants to.
Oh, Maria, did you want to?
No, I think that, I mean, as I mentioned, I think that what we have to see as a community really is to not underestimate the power of local innovation, given the current landscape, especially financial landscape for this sector in the coming years. And I think it's an opportunity for us to really become more creative on how we can build our case, support our governments, demonstrate the value of foresight and cross-sectoral dialogue in a more, let's say, autonomous and self-sufficient way.
Thanks, Maria. Last group, and then we have a coffee break.
Okay, just a few of the trends and emerging trends. Many. No particular order or importance. Food loss and waste does not appear to be changing much, despite all the rhetoric. The political economy is changing in many countries, which is challenging for policy development. Policy changes in particularly OECD countries towards more national self-sufficiency will have an impact on trade, but also local production. Obesity is increasing, especially worrying in the developing world. We're not seeing a move towards managing demand, which is what I think needs to happen. Investment in food innovation is more than investment in sustainable supply chain dynamics, which is a challenge. Implications for foresight experts, if we can touch on that now. Again, what's it mean for us? Foresight can help change the immediate policy goals, which ultimately tend towards the ultimate desired end state. So it's an intermediate job. Basically, the foresight community is getting more relevant, which I think is what Patrick was saying. We need to show better how to plan for critical uncertainties, but also how to plan without worrying about uncertainties, because not all things are uncertain. So we need to highlight more the danger of business as usual trends. We need to help identify the trade-offs across food system outcomes for different interventions and different scenarios. That sort of stuff. There is a job to be done.
Right, thanks.
Well, I think we cannot underestimate the increasing risk of disruptions of the supply chains. Yeah. And I think it's a bit across, and that's really increasing across the globe.
Yeah.
The second one is that
trade
across many of these risks is the problematic role of the private sector, especially interest-driven related to obesity. Obesity is not a trend in itself. It's very much related to other phenomena that drive obesity. And I think we need to understand the causalities behind to not only focus on it as an isolated trend, but in its context. And I think there we need to nuance that phenomenon and relate it to underlying phenomena that explain it.
Wow. Okay, well, I mean, we can just keep going for a minute. That's fine, and just delay our coffee break. So let's just do a quick run around, Lorenzo.
I want to add something, So if I look at weak signals of what is going on and what are the implications for foresight, I personally perceive a detachment of governments from civil society. This is increasing diverging patterns, at least in Europe, I don't know in other parts. And what are the implications? The implications that when we look into the future, we have to wonder whether governments intended as sovereign representatives of sovereign states are going to be still the main elements we have to play with, or there are other places where sovereignty is going to be stored, you know, for the good.
What do you mean by others?
Huh?
Who are the others?
We don't
The others maybe on one side, maybe corporations, on the other side, maybe civil society movements. So in a sense, we are used to think in terms of sovereign countries, the way they've been conceived in the past century. The future may not be organized around the same pillars, I would say.
Yeah,
You know?
very
And
good.
this is for sure.
Yeah, so I think in a world of increasing unpredictability, with increasing amounts of political and climate and conflict shocks, I think that next to the discussion about foresight being relevant for food system transformation, we should really think about how can we use foresight in a useful way to support discussions about food systems resilience in the face of those shocks, in the face of all that uncertainty. So I can imagine that in some of the foresight for food work going forward, we might have next to transformation also a bit more focus on resilience as a topic because of what's going on.
Yeah. What I would like to add is it's clear you all mentioned that.
You might need to speak up a little bit for the online.
International donor money is decreasing.
Yeah.
We need to find ways at national and local levels to bring in the banks, the local banks, and financial institutions to play a stronger role in financing transformation in a positive way.
I think we should not shy from saying that whatever, how good foresight is, can predict, can whatever bring the future to today, there will be changes that are not calculated. Yeah. And that will happen directly after you convince the Food Security Council in the country, this is it. And next day something happened.
Yeah.
So the challenge, practical challenge to us is really, that's why we should not shy from saying time and again, foresight is not a solver of all our problems. We should put a mechanism how to respond, how to react, how to retailor our actions as things happening. It's mitigation, response, ad hoc, whatever you want to call it. I think this should be built in from day one, anticipating that things will happen. I mean, who can think about what's happening in 1 year? Only the last year, everything is upside down.
Yeah, for example.
No world governance. Nobody can control anybody. I mean, trade is distorted all over. One person can change the rules of the game all.
Yeah.
Really, these are the bigger issues. That's why my suggestion is to get back to the countries and see how to work within the country first, because the macro global issues, I think, uncontrollable, unfortunately.
I wanted to attach my comment to what John said and what Bart said and combine them a bit. Foresight is more relevant than ever, and it's being used also a lot more, but also in different directions. I think you've spoken about this highway going in the wrong direction and the role of corporations, for instance, but I think we also need to recognize that there are actors who are using foresight, but not in the way that we would like it. So, and then I'm talking also about what Lorenzo was talking about, like agents in the future who would see themselves to become more powerful. And I'm talking about tech corporations, notably. People like Elon Musk, they use foresight to project the future that they would like to realize, and in opposition to our position, they have the power to realize it. So that's also one of those critical things that we should mobilize resistance against, is the imagination that's being projected on us that seems inevitable, right? And this is also a failure of imagination that we see in many societies about a different society that could emerge. And we need to train people, I think, in that imagination in a way, so that another world can be possible, rather than the pathway that the Musks are projecting for us to go along, right?
Who owns our future?
Exactly.
Just to add, exactly the the global south having a huge demographic dividend from the youth side. The pyramid is something like that, not like this. So rather than utilizing this group of people who are until 35 to 40, they are the change maker, as Bram just mentioned. Who belongs to which society? That needs to be explored first. And they can be the change maker. So without catalyzing them, that might not be happening. And again, the second question should be the cost of doing foresight. There could be a lot of investment for food system. That's a different thing. Food system is not an easy thing to change from shifting one frontier to another frontier. But foresight per se, as a terms of preparation, application, motivation, there are some scope of integrating. So why not we integrate first, then see the changes, how much happen. Because change really needs big investment, but foresight investment is not that much investment.
Yeah. Fantastic. Look, I think that's been super useful. I think this goes in a couple of directions. I mean, for the Foresight for Food steering group, Bram and I agreed we need to work on more of a strategic plan for that. But then I think all of this also feeds into the rationale for what we'll inevitably have to do of putting some proposal together for DGIS. So I think really good discussion so far that we're obviously going to build on in the next session and this afternoon and tomorrow. So I think it's time for us to have a 15-minute break. Huh?
Good morning. Welcome to the Regional Foresight and Food System Hub session. Can you hear me online? Just checking again.
Sounds fine to me.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yep, we can hear you.
Thanks, Shimarashi. We will also like to see you as well here in the room. Yeah, great. Nice to see you all. Let me just put on the camera of the room. Yeah. Let's wave to each other again. Hi. Thanks for those staying online with us. Roberto, what time is it at your area? 3:30 now?
It's
breakfast.
It's 4 a.m. Oh, yeah, that's incredible. I have to say.
Yeah, well, definitely, Roberto, you definitely get the badge for,
Badge for
no effort of any one of us. Wow. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, great. John, you're with us. Excellent. Abdulrazak, thanks a lot for joining.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good to see you all.
I always love your background. It's really like.
Thank you. It's space.
It's really like, yeah, space, foresight, zooming in, zooming out. I like it. Great. Thanks also, Shimarashi, to be with us again. Still, two new faces as well. Rachel, nice to see you also. Would you like to say hi and introduce yourself?
Yeah, happily. I'm Rachel. I'm with Food Systems Foresight, and I am joining today from Rome, Italy, but I'm originally from the United States, so it's only just after midday my time. Very happy to be with you all.
Great, and you're working with Angela, right? Angela Hansen? Yeah, great.
Yeah, that's correct, but she lives in New York, so a bit early for her, obviously.
Yeah. Super, but great that you're with us. I see also Wolfram, Simon, thanks for joining.
Hello. Hey, everyone.
You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Wolfram. I'm a researcher at Wageningen University in the team of Hannah van Zanten. And she just told me like this would be very interesting to join. So yeah, that's why I'm here. But I'm not super, sorry, I just bump into the meeting in the middle. So I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. We have a sort of hybrid thing today, which is maybe sometimes a bit awkward, maybe sometimes refreshing. I don't know. Yeah.
Great.
I guess so far it's not bad. But so it's great that you're with us, and feel free to contribute. Fresh insights are welcome. So we had a bit of a round of introduction this morning, so I think we'll sort of skip that a little bit. Some of us know each other already. I'll just mention that we're here in Oxford with a group of people that have been working on a Foresight for food system transformation program the past 3 years, with representatives from Kenya, Uganda, Bangladesh, and Jordan here as well as Wageningen and Oxford teams also. And we're having this hybrid discussion with experts online, with interaction and group discussions also taking place on a variety of topics. And the topic we now will go into is regional foresight hubs. Yeah, I will ask Just to join me here to introduce this session. What we will do is we will build it up like this. Let me share my screen. There we go. So what we intend to do is just to give a bit of an introduction. So that's Just and me doing that. Where does this idea of regional foresight hub discussion come from? It's really meant to be an open discussion, right? So as was mentioned this morning by Jim, there is an opportunity for us as Foster, through support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, to somehow continue with what we're doing in some way. And the discussion of how we can support regionally has been the topic of discussion in the past year or so. And now we want to dive into that discussion of, yeah, how can that look? Is that even useful? What's already there? And how can we make that more suited to the process of food system transformation? So what we wanted to do to kick it off was to have a few short pitches from the country facilitators. It's a bit of provoking discussion. It's a bit of pitching, you know, the interest from the different regions about this topic. Why is it interesting, and why is it, how could it potentially look like, just to get discussion going. We'll share some experiences from different regions. So Abdurazak, thanks a lot for joining. Your perspective from the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa is really key to this discussion, because you have, in fact, that role, also through the African Foresight Academy, of course, and the hubs that you've been promoting there also. So your experiences there, reactions and ideas. And then we'll have Ratna also joining from the FAO perspective, but also her base in Asia. And she'll join hopefully a little bit later, because she has also meetings. I think she's in Indonesia now, so she'll join in the evening time there. And then basically want to have a lot of group discussion about, you know, what is the purpose or shape even of these kind of hubs? What's, you know, what purpose would they serve? Are there experiences we can learn from, and others we could also connect to? And then can we also mobilize resources to support such hubs if they are relevant, right? So that's the discussion we want to start promoting. And then we want to come back into the plenary and have a bit of discussion there. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Is this okay so far? We have, well, I think 1.5 hours more or less for this, a bit more than 1.5 hours. So all thoughts are welcome on this discussion, and perhaps we also have new ideas emerging. Just, do you want to take us through a few introductory slides before we hand over?
Yeah, great. Yeah, so this idea of establishing regional foresight hubs, working on food systems change, was something that emerged out of the discussions we had with many of you during our Global Foresight for Food workshop in Dhaka. And there we thought of these hubs in different ways, that they could offer opportunities for scaling up some of our Foresight for Food efforts in different regions, for enabling regional foresight processes on maybe common food system challenges in each of these regions, but also to really support some of the country efforts that we have been supporting in the Foster program in a broader set of countries. And then also fostering cross-country collaboration and learning between those countries. We thought of these regional foresight hubs as being hubs in maybe one in Africa, one in Asia, and in the Middle East. So that was some of the early thinking. Each of these hubs could strengthen the foresight expertise in different countries in those regions. And these hubs could then support not only regional foresight processes, but also some of the national work going on, and maybe even some of the more local county or district level foresight exercises. Now, how would these be organized? They could be hosted maybe in existing organizations or by independent facilitators. I think we didn't really come to a conclusion back then. The idea of the regional hubs would...
Sorry, just to interrupt, are you presenting slides?
Oh, I am. Oh, yeah, I'm very sorry.
They're not advancing, or we're not seeing them on the system.
All right.
We'll make sure that happens.
I thought I was sharing it. Thanks for saying something, John.
You didn't see any slides?
I thought I was sharing here.
Let's give it another try.
What do you see now?
We see it in presenters mode.
The presenters mode.
Is in presenters mode. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Thanks for checking in.
Do you want me to get IT?
No, I think this is this better?
How is it now?
It's blank
blank.
right now.
Hi.
Now it's
Yes,
coming.
now.
Yeah, we have it.
It's coming?
Hi, Atana. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks for joining. So maybe you can just cycle through this one.
Yeah, but now the
Is it
clicker
showing
doesn't
now?
work.
Can you see it? Can you see a slide now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Can I click here?
Now it's working.
Okay, wonderful. Great. So again, these were the different reasons of why we would establish these hubs: scaling, regional foresight processes, and cross-country learning. We still have some trouble.
Oh, yeah. I think as we try now. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And the idea would be to have these hubs in different regions, trying to support some of the national, regional, and local processes. As I said, the thinking was that each hub could start supporting maybe a limited number of countries in each region, and over time, this number of countries could increase depending on the available funds. So this was some of the thinking that came out of the previous global workshop, and I want to highlight that there's now an opportunity, as Bram mentioned, of connecting this to some of the acquisition that we're doing from Foresight for Food for a next phase. So for this, we have developed a concept note to inspire funding for a next phase. Based on this concept note, we are having discussions with the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the possibility of a 5 to 10 year Foresight program. And I think we have very good hopes that that will realize into an actual program starting either next year or the year after. But if this program materializes, of course, there's a huge opportunity to explore this idea of regional hubs. They could play maybe a role in the governance of the program. So there's a very concrete opportunity to actually shape these hubs if that's what we want. I added this slide because I think it's good to think for ourselves whether this idea of regional hubs will actually advance our goals as we want it. So my main question here is, and I think that's something to shape the discussion going forward, do we really need regional hubs to scale up the work of Foresight for Food, or maybe more broadly, the work of the community of experts working on applying foresight in the world of food systems? What is the track record of these type of regional hubs in supporting food systems change? What can we learn from existing examples? Going forward with Foresight for Food, do we want to deepen the work in existing focus countries, or do we actually want to broaden the number of countries where we work? I think we have been diving quite deep in some of the countries, but there's some opportunities to dive deeper. And at the same time, I think there's a lot of interest from other countries that we didn't work before to start working there. So where do we want to put our energy? Knowing that we have limited resources and time, there's of course also a risk to spread ourselves thin if we want to work in too many countries right away. So I think that's also something to think about. And then maybe a more broader question is, which level of scale do we think is most promising for our foresight work to support food systems change? Is that actually the regional level, or is that the local level, or is it the national level? So I think that is something that we can also think about in shaping that next phase and maybe a next upcoming program. It's okay, where do we want to put the focus? on each of these levels, or more on the national level, more on the regional level,
Or the in-between.
or somewhere in between, right? So I think some questions to maybe think about while listening to some of the pitches that follow after this.
Nice.
Okay, so that's a bit of an introduction of the idea of global, of regional hubs, and I hope we can, hear from the different members of our foster team.
Yep.
Next.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you
Yep.
have a certain order in mind?
No, not particularly. Level of enthusiasm can, bring you up the queue, maybe. Yes, I knew it. Okay, so let's just go. I think it's nice to hear from the Kenya-Uganda combo, Charles and Wangeshi. Yeah.
Yeah, please come up.
And then maybe Jordan and then Moniro. Yeah. So short, 5 minutes max. And
hi everybody. You said it's this camera, right?
Yeah.
No, switch.
The other way.
No, it's good.
No, it's this way. Because Bram does a thing where
You can, now it's better. Yeah.
So for those of you online, I'm Wageshi Getato Kiriga. I'm the country facilitator for the Foresight for Food program in Kenya. And we had a fantastic conversation last year in Bangladesh when we met all these different Foresight practitioners from all over the continent. I think it was something like eight different African countries that were represented last year. So we started this discussion there, as Just mentioned. But what has happened in Kenya over the last 2.5 years is that we have gone local. I think it was, who's our friend from America? Who's awake at 4 a.m. Roberto talked about, remember the image that he used? The grassroots, then you've got the subnational, the national. Yeah. So what we did in Kenya is start at the grassroots. So we've used a ward level model. It's the grassroots model to develop and create scenarios collectively from the grassroots level. And then at the same time, we've also had discussions at a national level, mainly because in Kenya, a lot of the things that are in food systems, including agriculture, is supposed to be devolved into the counties. So we've got 47 counties. We're focusing mainly on 2 that are very different, economically, geographically, climatically, even population-wise, very, very different counties. And we want to see, does this ward model work? And can you use Foresight in these very, very different areas? And the answer has been yes. There's some key ingredients that we think are needed for success. And then at the same time, there's deliberate coordination with national government to see how this can be scaled. Going back to your question, do we want to scale nationally, or are we looking at the region? And so, I'm of course going to say, Kenya, we're not just the capital of, Nairobi is not just the capital of Kenya, we're the capital of Africa. So we would like to have the hub in Kenya because, first of all, we're very welcoming, but we're also quite accessible. And we've also found within our country that there are very many different communities of practice. And so this is partly a question to everybody in the room and even those online. How do we tap into this existing network? I know Abdul Razak, you were in Kenya in 2023 when we had the MasterCard training, but I think there's still so much more that can be done when you're looking at organizations like FARA, or you're looking at the Africa Food Fellowship, or you're looking at organizations like the Society for International Development, SID, who's one of our partners in this foster program. So you have a lot happening within country that is using Foresight, but not necessarily within the Foresight for Food program. So how that gets synergized, how we can do something collectively so that we can, use that momentum to either to scale beyond borders or to even scale within country. I think that that's still something that needs to be explored a bit further. And then, of course, Charles, Uganda is very welcome. to be part of this regional hub. And so is Tanzania and Rwanda, who were there with us when we were in, no, did we have somebody from Malawi? No, but we've had these discussions of having a regional hub, even with people from Ghana and from South Africa and from Malawi, because we'd had part of the FINAS, the Financing Food System Sustainably. There was a conference held in Nairobi where these discussions were taking place. And also, just to point out, that the Africa Regional Prep Meeting also happened in Nairobi. So we're also a place where people come for this kind of information and collaboration. As I said, we're very open and collaborative.
Great, thanks. Yeah, the pitch for Kenya as a hub, a physical hub as well.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. And Charles, anything to add from your side, Ugandan perspective?
Uganda would be better.
I'm Charles from Uganda. I know Uganda is centrally located, isn't it? When you draw the map of East Africa, we're in the center. So we can attract many people to come there. And originally, and even up to now, they say Uganda is a food basket for Africa. Anything you want, I know everybody has been in Africa, you have the evidence. Food is there. Kenyans getting food from us. All the time they take our maize, So in terms of food production and transforming the food system, the place is Uganda because it will be a food basket for African countries. I'm telling you, we take food to Sudan, Zaire, everywhere, even Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, all they take food from us. So that's why they call food basket for Africa. Actually, another thing also which is important to note that Uganda has been fundamental in the food system change. Actually, I was happy when Sophie presented the results. They're amazing. I saw Uganda was high in most of the countries. There's evidence already given. So what we did for us is not from the local ground. We started with whom I can call change agents. We started with ministries, Office of Prime Minister, and other environmental ministries, so that we have the buy-in, so that people understand what really we are doing. And actually, Uganda has already, I can call it an office in the Office of Prime Minister, dealing with food transformation. Already the government is aware about that. They injected money into that. Remember, even you had a big meeting to do with food system in Africa. The Kadip, what is it called what? In Kampala. It says, that's why we're talking about food in Africa. Because they know Africa, the food will be there if Uganda is not there. So Uganda is well suited for this hub, I think. And another thing also, the country is in the process of developing the critical mass. The way we did it in Uganda is very, very good. I love it because we started with the key people who are researchers there to understand the food system in the country. Actually, I'm happy to tell you I produced a lot of papers on the food system here in Uganda. And also we have formulated policies to help different ministries to adopt the food foresight for their actions. That one has been done very well. And on top of that, we have created a real mass of movers of foresight, as you saw from the results. We have a number of people who now understand what is foresight. So with the hub, we want to be lacking the people to disseminate. So we have a critical mass. And I think, as we've been arguing all the time here, our job is to go down the grassroots. I think what's happening really, if you want to transform a system, you start with the local people there. These are the core people. They're the people who produce the food, isn't it? And already we talked about, they have their own foresight mechanisms. How do we integrate ours, which is technical, into theirs, so that they can own the system? So I think that's the drive we are going to do with that hub. Yes.
Great, thanks. I love how Uganda and Kenya are promoted. It's not a competition.
No, and I also don't think it's an either or.
No. Of course. So thanks a lot. Really nice starting points. Jordan? Can I ask? I've got a slide for you. Yeah, you have prepared some slides.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Walid Abd Rabbo. I am the Jordan coordinator for Foresight. Well, the hub in Jordan is not new. In fact, in the aftermath of COVID, Jordan presented an excellent example for other countries, not only in the region, but maybe in the world. We didn't suffer from food shortage or medicine. And that every country was looking at Jordan as example. And therefore, while we were developing in Jordan the food security strategy, which was the first food security strategy in the history of Jordan, food security hub has placed high within the priorities in the food security strategy. So when we speak about hub and region, we mean the immediate countries in the region in case of food security. And in fact, not longer after we endorsed the strategy, 5 ministers of the region met in Amman, and they agreed to be part of the hub. And Jordan will be the hub. And this brings the issue now between the idea of Foresight hub and having a food security hub. And there are many hubs in Jordan and networks. Now, do we need to create a hub for each sub activity within a system? Or how integrate these hubs? Should they stand alone or be an integral part of other hubs? That's a legitimate question, because if you want to go to the government and negotiate with the government, you say, look, Walid, we can't have a hub for each thing. Food waste hub, food loss hub, all these things. I mean, we should make a very good case that this hub will be functioning and sustainable. What's the future of work after we develop scenarios? So that's what keeps me busy in thinking. Having that said, I mean, now, as you know, our region shares a lot of commonalities. We are the region of troubles. Water scarcity is among the top problems in the region, which is most of the countries are sharing. Refugees is a common thing in the region, and it's protracted. Refugees in the region are starting from Palestinian refugees who are suffering since 70 years, and who knows what will happen after Gaza now. Gaza is in the heart of our region, and that shows how food security issues now. Delivering the food to Gaza is one of the major issues in the country, and how we do that. So it's a complex, yet, I mean, working together is very important. And every day we realize more and more that we should act together. So we have very good lessons learned so far. What has been achieved in the last year in Jordan, in the last 3 years, is a lot. We developed the first strategy in the history. The government has established the Higher Food Security Council. That was 1 year ago. And now this Food Security Council is chaired by the Prime Minister himself. And it has 9 ministers in it. Finance, planning, name it. They are there. We have established the Food Security MIS, Management Information System. It's a huge system, very sophisticated, housed in the Department of Statistics. We hired a big company that worked together with a multidisciplinary team from planning, statistics, agriculture, water, and they designed it. And we collected all the indicators and data, verified. For each indicator, we have a sheet, separate sheet, where who collect the data, who verify the data, who amend the data. I mean, it's very sophisticated. So we have data there, and we have a dashboard. We have a regional dashboard also for food security in the country. So we are ahead of, I think, many countries in the world in these things, in doing this. Lately, we have hosted the regional conference on food system acceleration, food system transformation acceleration in the region, attended by 10 ministers of the region. And there, a man declaration was issued, signed by the 10 ministers that they approved that they want to work together toward food system transformation. I mean, we didn't mention Foresight as a tool, but this will bring us give us the entry point to go to the countries and suggest, okay, you decided on this, now this is our proposal, how this will be established, especially in the light that we have the MIS in the country, will establish system. We have the dashboard. In fact, we did it mainly depending on FAO stat. You know, FAO has helped, and in the MIS, WFP has invested a lot of money in the MIS. So we have the infrastructure, the ingredients to put this modality, call it whatever you want, for regional cooperation in Foresight, whether it will stand alone or it will be part and parcel of other initiatives that are established in the country. Very important is not what we say here. This is a country-owned thing. So the country, we need to open dialogue and keep the country decision makers in the loop. Otherwise, you go late and they are lagging behind and see it like, you know, unwanted baby. I mean, what are you speaking about? So from day one, I think we succeeded in getting even the signatures of all the ministers of the region that this is important. And this will be automatically coming as a natural response, right response. We are responding to their needs. We are not coming to sell them something. That's, I think, very important, you know. Other thing, there's another thing, I don't know. They did stick to what's here. How it will work, I mean, it's a knowledge and expertise exchange, establish a coordination network, call it whatever you want, up network or modality, institutional and capacity building development, Foresight, database and dashboards. I think this was the issue of yesterday, or most of the day. We should agree on the content and, more importantly, the definitions. Most of the definitions we think we mean the same, but it's not. It's semantics. That we found out while we were working in Jordan. Everybody has different understanding. It's not easy to unify the understanding. Maybe one of the things we can take to the region is scenarios development. So either replicate what's in Jordan to other countries, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Kuwait shared a lot of interest, Yemen. They develop their own Foresight if they have the work, the material, the basis to build Foresight, or they might decide, the regional ministers, that we need one Foresight for the region, where our region is going. Now, Jordan, for example, is a safe place. Proximity from Jordan to other countries is very easy. Why don't we collect the food in Jordan? Which takes 1 hour to be in Damascus, 5 hours to be in Iraq, 6 hours to be in Saudi Arabia, 2 hours to be in Gaza. So and we have very good infrastructure for food. For example, hub doesn't mean the host country of the hub will do everything. It's not. It's just the management. But different country, and that is one of the reasons for the success. If every country feels that they have part and parcel of the hub, and if you speak food security in general, it's not only food. You know, it's inputs, fertilizers. That's the way we are thinking now in Jordan, how the food security hub will be. Fertilizers industry, each country, we have potash, we have phosphate, Iraq has other minerals, and Saudi Arabia have minerals. So we are thinking of big complex on the borders, in the triple borders, to produce fertilizers. Same with chemicals. This is our idea of a hub, and this is how far we are preparing. I think we are very well prepared to move forward for both. Now, for the food security hub and for hopefully this Foresight entity, how to marry them, bring them in a way, not artificial, looking normal, but also getting the approval, I think is very easy, as I said, and we will be responding to the demand of the countries. Maybe Asim will share Amman declaration because it's very good. I mean, and it's the first one of its kind is there.
Amazing.
So we don't need to compete with anybody. We don't have competition. It's coming to Jordan alone by itself. Thank you.
Very nice. Great. Thanks. Monroe, Bangladesh.
So thank you, everyone, especially the country facilitator for proposing their, suitability of regional hub. Bangladesh is also kind of a pioneer in terms of Foresight journey. Especially, we took Foresight in 2022, end of 2022, and it kind of take off at 2023. It's a kind of multi-sectoral approach. We did not utilize Foresight with only one institute. From the very beginning of the design of Foresight, we brought together all the other development partners, especially FAO, WFP, IFAD, World Bank, ADB, GAIN, as well as WHO, UNICEF. So they all came together to celebrate the journey of Foresight. And we keep continuing that approach until today, and also for the UNFSS, because this is an excellent ecosystem of trust that we have built in Bangladesh, that we are working together for the food system journey. And also Foresight is just an added value on that. So we have a history of organizing one global workshop that everyone mentioned in 2024, which was a kind of a milestone for Bangladesh as well as the whole region to think beyond what they can really, put in their agenda about Foresight. It was not absolutely new, but the approach they learned from the last year workshop, it was kind of innovative way of thinking to integrate Foresight. So that's the demand has created in that time, like why the region needs a Foresight collaboration and hub. And how the format would be, maybe that can be, think of, but the demand for Foresight was, Foresight regional hub was created exactly in that time, when you also learned that Singapore has a one Foresight unit in their ministry. And also there are other countries like Nepal, Bhutan, and Thailand. They also joined as a Foresight practitioner in Bangladesh. So that was the main journey. And over the course of time, Bangladesh itself increases its demand, the allocative efficiency, because we started with the Ministry of Food, but later on, Ministry of Environment, Agriculture, Health, they try to build in Foresight unit itself in their own ministry. So this is another kind of priority that they are coming forward to establish a center in their ministry to practice Foresight and also interministerial discussion. And we also put Foresight in the cabinet division from GAIN side, because we have 16 ministries have cooperation of agreement, and we put the cabinet division itself is a kind of forerunner for Foresight and others. So this is one of the excellent thing. So why this important in Bangladesh as well as in the region? Because we have many things of commonalities. We have commonalities in terms of our economy, our geography. For example, we have climate, water, land use, livelihood, business, trade, diet, and mobility. All these things we are sharing each other. And there's a huge inter-regional trade, because India, Nepal, and Thailand, we have very good border network, and we have the inter-regional trade is, I think this is one of the largest share of trade among these countries. Now, the thing is, what could be the programmatic approach, like what we can share? Because in Bangladesh is one of the country that attending and prioritizing 3 main global summits, one of the food system summits, Another is the Nutrition for Growth Summit, N4G Summit, and another is the COP 29, 23, and so on. So every year, the visibility of food system is there. And when Foresight has already, last 2-3 years, has already been explicitly presented in the food system summits, in the COP, and also to some extent in the N4Gs, in the priorities and actions. So another thing is why Foresight Hub is important, because next year, there is another Asia Pacific Food System Forum that will be held in Philippines, in ADB. They are organized by ADB. And this year it was African Food System Forum in, I forgot the name, Senegal or somewhere. So there's a regional priority of now food system forums. So it's called forums. And every year there is a pre-summit happening in the region. That is in the, for Bangladesh is in Bangkok. They are organizing the FAO. They organize this pre-summit with all the national conveners that they are asking for this, priorities, what should be done, what is the actions, and so on. So Bangladesh is one of these countries among South Asia that they are leading the process of SARC, South Asian Cooperation of Regional Cooperation. Another is BIMSTEC, that is the Bay of Bengal Initiative of Trade and Cooperations. So there are many already regional bodies are inside here in Bangladesh. So what we can just think of, like building on that priorities, because they also have food system approach. So building Foresight Hub and tagging to those different parts of their institutes, especially SARC, BIMSTEC, and others, that can leverage the point of global priorities and regional priorities together. So these are the things that we can think of for a scaling up of our policy coherence, what are the gaps, and also what could be the regional priorities actually in terms of climate and diets, nutrition and biodiversity, whatever the thing is, you can really see who is doing what, because even many countries do not have pathways, like India, they don't have pathways. So Bangladesh is now having this lead every year in the global summit, that how they can really push the agenda of this year. So there's a cross-learning approach is there. Now, who will be the implementers? Like in Bangladesh, this GAIN collaborating with 3 RBS, FAO, WFP, FUD, UNICEF, WHO, and ADB and World Bank, they are very much integrated.
Great detail yet. Let's
So that's the regional thing. And also 5 research partners. This is one of the unique thing that all the universities are coming forward to take the Foresight as a curriculum, Foresight as a kind of training material. So they are taking Foresight in the next level. So I think that's the momentum we should facilitate in this system, an ecosystem of trust, as I said. And the tools for utilizing Foresight, Bangladesh has plenty of tools, especially yesterday we have said, including the accelerator, we have these 3FS financial flow, and also policy coherence tools. We have CIP3, we have IPC from the FAO, WFP, and many more. And another thing is Bangladesh is feeling again visionary for the Agriculture Outlook 2050, and also National Adaptation Plan for 2050 to be implemented. So I think there is plenty of scope of building on the synergies that's already have in Bangladesh, because this is a low-cost approach. You don't need to create everything for Foresight. This is already there. You just make some intervention and take the journey forward. So I think this is the way that we have an interministerial hub, and there's another regional hub can go together, so that the synergy and that can be led with other Foresight communities, especially neighboring countries, and go there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you. Really nice to hear this momentum. Really nice. I'm also looking at others online to add to this discussion, because I think Abdulrazak, Ratna, you're also very much in sort of embedded in regional networks and regional perspectives with your own experiences there. I also see Sabarni and Amina are here. Great to see you from ECMOD. I would love to hear from either of you also from your regional perspective, if you can, to chip in, because I think it's really important. Because I think, yeah, we've heard like pitches from these different countries, right? But we should be critical, right? Because, you know, there's a lot that's already happening. There's a lot of, you know, considerations to make, whether we're not duplicating things or whatsoever. So I think it's also really a very open discussion we want to have. So let me, okay, Ratna, you want to start, and then Abdulrazak, and then maybe either Amina or Sabarni, if I can ask you also to chip in. Ratna, yeah, can you share some brief reflections from your side and some ideas? Yeah.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. So Ratna here, and working for the regional food system coordination hub with FAO, WFP, and all of the other. I think like it's very interesting because, you know, we're back in the time in Bangladesh as well, when we're discussing those regional hub, we were like, okay, this is very important. We have to avoid duplicating our work. So we need to at least talk to each other. And that was really like the beginning of our thinking. Regional hub mean more context specific, better understanding of the stakeholders, the ecosystem of support, and maybe also better fundraising. And I think that's echoing what you were saying, Brahms, before. I mean, it's not only about scaling down what is being currently Foresight for Food. I think it's about scaling out also, and being sure that we have still an identity of Foresight that is meeting the need and the next user of Foresight for food system transformation. Now, coming to the points also from Bangladesh, I mean, yes, there are different regional hubs, but none of them really have this very clear mandate related to food system transformation. And I think having a clear mandate is something that provides and visibility and credibility. And I think it's time now in 2025 to not be just connector of connections, but instead really more institutional. And I think this is something that's why these discussions still happen over the last 3 years, and that we still cannot get some kind of clear direction, because I think it's really about what is Foresight for Food in terms of a vision. And now the vision that I may have is different, because when I think about the vision, I think about how we implement that, how we partner with the people and the ecosystem also. So my 2 notes on that. I think it's really, it's not about being in competition with the other, but being complementary. In some of those regions that we have, Asia and Pacific, the fact that we are thinking about food system is not only about food security, but nutritious system also. So we have to acknowledge that, yes, you have to bring a more system approach into how we think about Foresight and food system, but also we need to be able to build capacity. In countries, for example, in some of our member states in the smaller island, we have 11,000 people. And some of you will have up to 1.2 billion. So in terms of the capacity and how we develop this, it's actually very important that we are looking as one of our key instruments, and we should continue this training and this capacity. I think it's not only about having programs that echo the need, but really that we are looking at this outreach and that capacity building. I think this is really something that I feel very strongly, because although we continue to discuss about it, it doesn't mean that we have more Foresight practitioners around us and more Foresight practitioners in the food system transformation around us. Over. And yes, of course, Thailand is amazing and Asia is amazing. Everyone is very welcome and we're very inclusive. Over.
Thanks a lot, Ratna. Really nice, thought-provoking reaction, I think, as well. And I think we should, yeah, you're saying 2025, right? So we should be moving based on experiences that we've seen the last couple of years. So really good. Abdulrazak, can I also ask you to share your perspective also from your experience with FARA?
Thank you, Bram. Good morning, good afternoon once again, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me. It's raining heavily here in Accra, so then the network might be a bit unstable. So let me ask, do I have like up to 10 minutes to speak? Because if I do, then I can share a few slides.
Well, I think maybe if you could do it in like 5 minutes, that'd be better. But if you want to use slides, then cycle through them a bit quickly, because if you use slides, usually people talk more. It's a risk, but you can, if you feel that it's more useful, then please do.
Okay, then I'll just speak then. So first of all, because if I use slide, I'll take
We
more
can share
time.
the slides with all the participants after, if you send them to me.
Yes, I will send them to you. So the first thing I want to say is, we work within the context of the African Union, with the mandate of the African Union to advance science, technology, and innovation, including Foresight as one of the critical tools that has been identified by all our stakeholders within what we call the authorizing environment. That's within the African Union space to advance Foresight in the context of CAADP, the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program. And all of this, converges around the African Union Agenda 2063. And over the years, with the work that we have been doing, the Foresight for Food and other stakeholders, we have been advancing what we call the Africa Foresight Academy. And I want to say to Wangeshi that we really love Nairobi. We love Kenya. In fact, sometimes we say Nairobi is the Washington of Africa. But I'm sorry to say that the capital of Africa is Addis Ababa, which is where the African Union is.
Nigeria.
Yes. Well, I'm a Nigerian, not Ethiopian, so no conflict of interest there. So we have been advancing the Africa Foresight Academy agenda, and currently I was checking the numbers. We have a community of practice of what we call the Africa Agricultural Foresight Community of Practice. We have a membership of around 4,451 stakeholders, most of them from Africa, but also several from outside Africa. And then within the Africa Foresight Academy itself, we have our own community of practice, a sort of a D group. And this really thanks to the partnership we have with the Foresight for Food initiative. We currently have membership of around 598 members. And with that traction that we gained during the COVID era, we have been able to support CORAF to establish what we might technically call focal persons, or maybe hubs, in 13 CORAF member countries. So CORAF is the FARA of Western Central Africa. And then in the CADESA sub-region, that's in Southern Africa, we have 7 focal persons. And currently we are discussing with Azareka to institutionalize a similar focal persons. And what is critical about these focal persons is that they are inserted within the National Agricultural Research and Innovation System, NARIS. And because really that is where the action happens. In fact, I was, in trying to put together my slide, I was asking the question, Foresight hubs for who? Is it for the African Union, for the NARIS, for the REX? We now have what we call the Africa Agricultural Research and Academic Institution, a whole consortium coming together to advance agricultural research for development. So those are also critical stakeholders. So what I'm saying is that we can build on these Foresight focal persons or hubs. We can build on the work of the Africa Foresight Academy, the Africa Foresight Network. There are other communities of practice. For example, I know Olubenga and the team, they have what they call the Africa Foresight Network. We can leverage on the Foster program itself with the country coordination units that you have, like the one led by Wangeshi in Kenya. The Africa Foresight, the Africa Food Fellows, I think these are also very critical stakeholders. So the whole thing is we need to come up with agreed consensus on how this should work. But the buy-in of the African Union is extremely important. And that is why recently when we had this meeting in Addis Ababa, where we're looking at the criteria, quality criteria for measuring the impact of foresight in food system at country level, we agreed, and because there were partners from the African Union there, we agreed that it's worth the trouble to take Foresight to the African Union, elevate it to the highest level of authority so that it has the stamp of the STC, the Specialized Technical Committee. So whether you're situated in Kenya, Uganda, or Bangladesh, what's very, very critical for us is to have that stamp of the STC so that we do not duplicate, and so that when you come to really implement it on the ground, the countries own it. And I cannot stress this enough. That idea of linking this to CAADP, because every member country of African Union has a CAADP focal person. They have a CAADP working group. So that is the point of entry. And FARA can really support that process. And we can come at an agreement, discuss, really pull out all the nuances and come up with a very, iron cast, is that a word to use? So that when we establish these hubs in every country, we have the authorizing environment within which to operate. Okay, let me stop there, but you might find some more details in the slides I'll share. Thank you, and over.
Please do. Thanks a lot. Nice. Really good contribution, and I think really urgent points raised there. Very nice. I'm also thinking, just looking, Amina Sabarni, would you like to share something from your experience with ECMOD and the network you're fostering with the Hindu Kush mountain region countries? Just checking if you're there.
Hello, audible?
It's a bit cracking, but something's happening. Yeah, go ahead, try again.
Now better?
Yeah.
Okay, super.
But let me see. Need to, we can, yes, now I see you. Yes. Amina.
Okay, great.
Yeah, go ahead, Amina. Yeah, maybe introduce yourself before you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bram and Foresight for Food Initiative. So I'm Amina Marzan, based in Kathmandu at ICMOD International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, and we work in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. So it's the mountain region that is spread across 8 countries, all the way from Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, Nepal, India, Myanmar, and Pakistan. Not all the parts of the countries, but some parts in these 8 countries. So we mostly focus our work in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. When it comes to Foresight, we have started from piloting some of the approaches and methodologies used, and this is where our partnership with Foresight for Food Initiative has been very fruitful for us. The training in 2024 has led to some concrete uptake, but I know that this approach has been used widely for food system transformation, so we have not really used it in the food system per se, but in a related way. For instance, now we are piloting the Foresight approach and methods for yaks. Himalayans and yaks are very much linked, so yak is such a flagship animal, and yak herding is very different, right? Transhuman pastoralism. So we are really questioning if there is a future, and for the food group here, yak is a very important source, not only for food, but also nutrition in the region. So that's one of the areas where, for instance, we are trying to see if there is a future, and if it is, what are the things that needs to be done to have transhumans yak herding practices ongoing in the region. Similarly, we are working on, because mountain migration, depopulation is another key challenge in the region. So we are also looking into what does a rural future really look like in the mountain region. Does it even have, and if it is so, how does it look like? And similarly, if more urbanization is happening, how does rural and urban future looks like? And that's another piloting that we are doing, looking systematically into the futures, because we do have population and urbanization trends and projections, but also wanted to look into multi-stakeholder, including the communities, local governments, how do they see that? And also the linkages. The other critical challenge we face in the region is climate. So that's another area where we are using this approach and tools to see how do you adapt to climate change, because climate science is clear how things are going to move in the next couple of decades. So we also wanted to see how people see themselves adapting to these changes. Are generally people aware of it? And if so, what are their adaptation visions? But also very soon we'll be starting on something called like really looking into insecurities, how climate change is going to impact food, energy, the livelihood insecurities, and how this might lead to more tensions and conflict. When I say conflict, I'm not talking about new wars breaking up, but maybe more conflicts between the communities, conflicts with state-citizen relationship, and can also be transboundary conflicts, which we are beginning to see now. So also looking into this. So broadly speaking, not directly on food systems, but related, but then using foresight, because we also think that unless you have the systems thinking and futures thinking, transformation is going to be very difficult. And most of the time, since we have decided to, as a group, so it's not AC model alone, but with lots of partners that we are doing this. The idea is to use it at a scale where it is much more meaningful. And this is where mostly we have gone to subnational scales, mostly at local scales, but also in some cases at state level. And the idea was, can we apply it and do a little bit of bottom-up approach rather than top-down saying this is important? Can we do a bottom-up? What do people, communities, and local and subnational governments think about its importance? And then build it into a more national as well as regional understanding. That's how we have taken our approach here. But in Bhutan, the government of Bhutan has shown keen interest to establish a foresight unit so that they can, have a more futures lens more systematically into different sectors. What are those sectors? How they're going to set up is something that we are still working. And I know that in India, one of the participants of our training workshop, they are using this approach to look into the education sector. How does the Indian schooling system in particular needs to gear up to meet the challenges of not only now, but more future challenges. So some of the applications that we have used, and by using now we have a small community in the region, which we don't have a very strong ideas as to how we want to go ahead, but we are hoping to meet in December this year in Bhutan to also share our own experiences on this and potentially how as a group we could move forward, build our own capacities also, but bring others in the group. So in short, this is what we have been doing so far and some ideas in terms of working as a group.
Yeah.
Over to you, Bram.
Thanks a lot, Amina. Yeah, really nice examples. And I really like how what you're doing is not per se food systems, but in the way you are integrating all these topics of crucial relevance to the region together. And I like that a lot. Okay, so Barney, you want to add maybe something that to the story of Amina?
Yes, I just wanted to add on to what Aminadi has already said. So in our approach, we are using the bottom-up approach, where we are using basically case study to show evidence of the impact of using the Foresight methodology. And also we are going through the capacity building.
Great. Sabrina, we can't see you. I don't know if you turn on your camera if you can.
Can you see me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so and we are also using the capacity building pathways, where we are trying to for building networks within the region for the Foresight itself. And up to this point, what we've done is we've basically done work, just the Foresight work, but not in terms of implementation. And in the upcoming project, we also want to test this out, where we bring it into implementation in the insecurity intervention that's coming. Yeah, that's just it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And thanks both of you for joining also in the evening time. I've realized it's also late in Nepal. So I want to, looking at time also, I think we wanted to have a bit more group work, but I think it's not maybe possible at this stage for us to do this, but I think this exchange is super fruitful. I want to give Lorenzo a chance to react because you have, okay, Roberto, you're also, yeah, I've seen it. Lorenzo, you've been working with FAO on regional foresight perspective, so maybe you can share also from your experience.
Yeah, oh, thanks. I used to work at the FAO until 2 months ago. Now I'm an independent thinker, I would say. So, but if I can share with you the experience of going from global to regional, in Foresight, I may say few things, a couple of things essentially. So first of all, whatever you do at the regional level, you have not to lose sight of what happens at the global level, because we tend to think that small is beautiful, that we have to start from grassroots and so on and so forth. Fine, everything is fine. This is the narrative that we have in our mind since ages, But unfortunately, or fortunately, we don't know what happens at the global level matter probably even more to influence what happens at the local level, including regions. So whatever you do, whether it is a hub, whether it is a study, whether it is whatever you have in mind, never forget that all the regions are in the global context, and the global context matters a lot. No need to mention recent examples of what is happening in the Middle East and how it is influenced by positions of other countries, just to give you a feeling of what I mean. Second, at FAO, we followed that process from global to regional, but at the same time, the global was already a distilled set of lessons and hints that came from the regions and the countries, because FAO has a decentralized structure from countries to regions and global. So this process from going from global to regional and country, or from country to regional to global, has always something that has to be kept active, So, and there is no good and bad, So these are double flow of information, of considerations, and so on that has to be kept in mind. And a third thing that I wanted just to put on the table is that don't think that regions are homogeneous. In fact, regions are completely dishomogeneous. And as a paradox, Venezuela can be more similar to, I don't know, to Nigeria than to any other neighboring country, apart from Guyana, simply because they have a different economic system. They rely on, it's a primary extractive type of economy. And so the shape of the economic system matters a lot to influence the country. So don't think that a country, simply because it is in Asia, it's an Asian country. It's not, doesn't work like that at all. So as a paradox, regional similarities to some extent can be found across geographical regions. So having said that, I would invite you, I'm not advertising FAO as such, because I couldn't care very much about that, but just to bring an important element, because it's good to that that FAO is now going to release 5 regional strategic foresight reports, which are going to be discussed at the regional conferences in early 2026. In fact, they are informing the regional conferences of FAO. And when I say regional conference of FAO, for people that don't know how a UN system works, means conferences of members of FAO at the regional level, which means governments essentially. So, and this gives the importance of this type of process. So don't lose an anchor to what happens at the global level. Don't believe that regions are homogeneous, and keep an eye on what happens within the UN system, because as long as the UN system remains vital, it's an important reference for that. Okay.
Thanks a lot. Great points. Roberto, you've raised your hand. John, you've put some things in the chat, which are, I think, extremely useful as well for us. Thanks for that. Roberto? Can't hear you.
Muted.
Can't hear you. I think you're not muted. But something with your microphone, maybe.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that I wanted to circle back to that concept of having these hubs. So I have a couple of questions and a comment. The first question, when I think I saw in one of the initial slides, I didn't see Latin America included. Is that because there are no partners, or there is no interest from the funders to include Latin America? So that's one. The other one is there already a set of criteria of requirements to select those hubs? Maybe they were shown in the first slides that we couldn't see well at the beginning of the introduction of the session. So I just want to check on that. And then a couple ideas. Those pitches and the presentations were really interesting. And so one idea is, for example, what if there is a rotation in terms of who's having the hub every year or every 2 years? So that's one. And the other is something that we tried also to do in ACME. We have a multi-region type of hubs like East Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa, South Asia, East Asia, something like that. That focus more on those regions and trying to capture that regional aspect. So anyway, those are my quick reactions and questions.
Yeah, so on the point of Latin America, it's not a conscious omission or anything. It's also a bit where we've been oriented towards in the current foster program. But I have to also say that, unfortunately, Latin America is not often considered by the Dutch anymore that much in terms of international cooperation. This is, yeah, a big omission, I think, also. But anyway. But yeah, and the other points are very valid. Please share them with us also so we can bring them into discussion. Good to mention the AGMIT chapters and regional networks also. Looking at time, I think we should start wrapping up a bit. Yeah, so, and I think we also had
the comments of John.
Oh, yeah.
Curious.
Yeah, so John, maybe you want to briefly say something about the comments. I didn't get a chance to, really show them to the people here.
Yeah, very quickly. I don't want to keep people from lunch. I was just pointing out that there was a report that was commissioned by the UK Office of Science. And that, of course, they have a whole Foresight unit, which many of you may be familiar with, which we engage with on a variety of topics. But they commissioned the School of International Futures, which does Foresight work, looking at a study on 8 high-income countries. Somebody mentioned Singapore earlier. That was one of the countries. The Netherlands was another one. And so this report is looking at effective systemic foresight in these governments and trying to derive some lessons. So the link there is to that report, and then the other to the case studies, drawing out some insights and principles that may be of interest when thinking about the where next for things. I was also going to point out, and I think I mentioned this some time ago to the Foresight for Food team, the UNDP has an initiative called Accelerator Labs. And I mentioned our work on living labs and transformation labs. These accelerator labs are being coordinated out of by their global policy teams, but out of their country offices. And so they're working around the world trying to think about systems of innovation and change to kind of accelerate action around things. They're calling them breakthroughs in areas like the future of development, inequality, decarbonization, new forms of governance, and so on. And so they're not restricted to food and agriculture. I've been engaging with them around water futures stuff, but I'll put a link into the work they're doing, because those global policy teams are very active in fostering these sorts of things. And of course, as was mentioned, have that credibility in working with governments, as the FAO is. So it may be another way to connect up if that's of interest to people.
Thanks a lot, John. Super valuable. I think this has also just been a very useful session to just connect across all those different regions and initiatives that are there. I think it's really useful for us. I think I want to also just say that I suggest that we carry this discussion forward rather than that we try to come up with conclusions here in this session also here in Oxford. I think this needs more discussion about how we can collaborate with all of you in a way to sort of thinking this through a bit more. So I think that I would really like that, and I would really invite all of you to join in that follow-up discussion also, if you're interested. So, sorry? No, yeah. Someone was whispering lunch. So I would like to say then that we will be capturing all the insights that are being discussed here. We've recorded this session as well. We will be, developing these ideas further, and also perhaps we need organizing a follow-up session to discuss this a bit more further with those interested. Yeah. So let's keep it there. Thanks everyone for joining. I hope to see you later this afternoon as well, because we have, after lunch, we'll have Radical Food System Futures discussion with Marieke Veger, who will also join from Costa Rica. And after that, we'll talk about quality criteria and evaluation of foresight with Katindi CV from Kenya. And then we'll, at the end of the day, have a panel discussion we've invited a range of different speakers from all the sessions to come in and share their sort of main insights and see how we can sort of tie all these things together, which is actually like a pretty messy mosaic of themes and ideas. Yeah, great. Some more people still joining, so that's great. Welcome back, Denise, John, Kate. Good to see you. Hope your situation with the family is good. Your emergency from this morning.
Yeah, just
yeah. Great, thumbs up. Okay, so we'll start. Let's start now. Yeah. Good. So welcome everyone. We're now about to kick off the session on Radical Food System Futures. Welcome to those with us from this morning already. Great that you're back. We've just had a bit of a sandwich lunch here. Hope you all had something to eat as well. Welcome to some new faces in the room. So just to mention, this is part of a series of discussions hybrid we've been having yesterday and today. We yesterday talked about food systems dashboard, the countdown initiative, and the accelerator initiative that's kicking off since under lead of GAIN. We talked about the future of modeling and the collaboration with qualitative and quantitative work. This morning, we talked about the UN Food Systems Summit, some of the impressions we got from Addis in July, and where it's heading, essentially the whole sort of food system summit pathways and follow on. And we just had I think a really nice exchange on, regional foresight, collaboration hubs, experiences there, challenges and opportunities. And I think some really nice connections being made also in that discussion. And now we'll talk about Radical Food System Futures. Marieke is here with us, Marieke Veger. You can introduce yourself as well, because I want to just go through the people who just joined to introduce themselves briefly before we start. So Marieke, you can introduce yourself briefly and where you're based.
Thank you so much, Bram, and thanks so much for inviting me. Really excited to be here together with everyone online and face-to-face. So I'm Marieke Veger. I'm originally a geographer. I've been working in foresight and food systems for about 12 years. I used to work for the CCAS Future Scenarios project, coordinating the work for the Latin America region. Let's see, the last few years, I've been focusing more on positive futures, as in making transformations pathways to reach those futures, and also linking foresight to climate action in the present.
Yeah, nice. And we'll hear a bit from you as we kick off this session. Sarah, would you like to introduce yourself briefly?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Sarah Jones. I'm a scientist at the Alliance for Biodiversity International and SEAT. I work with the FABLE Secretariat. Probably you've heard a bit about FABLE over the last couple of days. Food, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Land Use and Energy Consortium. It's a network of food system modelers. And so my role is to bring in the biodiversity component and also an agroecology viewpoint into the food system modeling work that we do, including thinking about transformation pathways using agroecological principles.
Great.
So happy to be here.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining. Olivier?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, sorry. So I'm Olivier Morat. I'm from INRAE, the French National Research Institute of Research on Food, Environment, and Agriculture. And so I'm working on Foresight for 15 years now at global, on food security, global level, and also at European level, working on agroecology and other agricultural systems that could have less impact on environment.
Great, thanks. Thanks a lot for joining. Great. Kate, can you introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, sorry about the technical hiatus there. Afternoon, I'm Kate. I'm usually a researcher at Cranfield University, but at the moment I'm working with King's College London on a piece of research around climate change, adaptation and the food system.
Yeah, great, great. And you were with us yesterday. Thanks for joining again today. Alice?
Yeah, I'm Alice. I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Oxford, and I'm looking at the food system across Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Great Britain.
Great. Thanks for joining again, Alice. Yeah, we saw you yesterday as well. We're not going to do a whole round of introductions. We did a little bit of that throughout the whole sort of session, and it's a bit of a coming in and going out every time. So we just want to welcome those new faces, but we want to continue the discussion with everyone. So Radical Food System Futures, just to show the setup. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you the slides, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I just need the slides right now.
Yeah, I'll just show the
Yes.
the setup of the session first, and then I'll just run through some things that came before, and then yeah. Pointer. Can you see this? Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Is the display setting showing well online?
Not.
Bit small.
How about now?
No.
Try again. Try again.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'll just give a quick recap of what came before. We'll have kickoff presentations by Monica and by Marieke, which will lead us into a group discussion about what are really critical.
Sorry, Bram, we're seeing presenter mode. Your presenter mode.
So this happened before. How about now?
Yes, now it's.
And what we want to get into a discussion in is how we can take this work forward by identifying key radical elements that food futures should work with and include, who should be involved in such processes, and what methods could be potentially very interesting to use in this kind of domain. And then we want to have a bit of a discussion about not so much the content of the work purely, but more also like how can we take this forward, also from a research agenda perspective. And that's something that Foresight for Food might be interested to drive as well. Yeah. Just to capture a bit why we're interested in this topic. I won't, go through this in detail, but this is part of a couple of sessions that we organized after the Jordan event didn't go through. We had a couple of exchanges on cases and exploration of radical futures. It's really about sort of transformative visions of the future, different mindsets, a way of, unpacking what we can think, what is thinkable and what is unthinkable, and offering also a space to go beyond the epistemic principle, the power of dominant systems. So it's really also very much critiquing perspective to the current reality, as well as the potentially future reality also. We did a survey and we did a bit of collecting among our network. What are some interesting, things that people think about when we talk about radical food futures? And we've identified them in a couple of different domains. So if you think about it from the food systems model, there were some, discussions about things like what could be radical, soilless agriculture, which is separate from any different climatic condition, AI innovations, meat industry, production side disruptions, some different ways in which food is going to be produced and value chains being organized, food delivery support networks being, very different than what we see currently. We also got some ideas from the consumption side. So processed, highly artificial diets, highly energy food, plant-based diets, but also in a way a revival maybe of indigenous foods that are currently forgotten. There were also a bit, social and sort of social political kind of reframings that emerged, aspirations of youth, zero waste society, maybe divergent lifestyles that are somehow around ecological harmony. And then there were also some other issues that were also deemed relevant, like transboundary river landscape transformation, the urbanization or industrialization of land. So these are some issues that came out in the discussion. And there's one also, new forms of international food governance that we maybe not yet know about and could emerge. So this is just some ideas to get us thinking. In the discussion, we had some provoking sort of ideas about what we can, really think about, the meal pill concept. It's in the supermarket nowadays. This is food, right? Oh, wow. You can buy it in the Netherlands. So this is interesting, right? These are things that are happening. Seaweed and protein factories, right? Think about mariculture, precision fermentation technologies. These are actual products that exist already on the market. So this is something that's, there's early signals about things happening. In Netherlands, there's a big discussion about pollution and PFAS. Raising the question of, can we even eat wild chicken eggs, free-range chicken eggs, or should we have factory-produced chicken eggs? Because those are the only ones who are safe from forever chemicals, right? So there's some interesting questions that it raises.
What about the meat?
Huh?
Their meat.
It's about the eggs.
Yeah, I know, but what about their meat?
Yeah, you can eat that one. They're allowed. They're just discouraging the eating of the eggs. Anyway, so that's just to show that we had this discussion before. Monica, you want to sketch a bit the origin of where it came from the synthesis study?
Yeah. So hello everyone, and good to see you all, also the online ones, and thanks very much for the ones that are here in Oxford. What I wanted to sketch out here is a little bit where did this whole idea in Foresight for Food come about, to think about the more radical futures. And actually a lot of it resulted from work that Bhavana led over the last year to do a synthesis study, which is part of what the function of the Oxford team and secretariat really is. Thanks for Foresight for Food is also to think about what are some of the questions that are asked in the community. This was a synthesis study that we did around what are people saying, and basically in the last 7-8 years, so since beginning of the pandemic, about food futures. So this is kind of a big synthesis around what's out there in terms of food futures, mainly looking at it, what are the key drivers that people are having on their radar around thinking on that, but also then how does it feed into scenarios work if people have done it? And so, so that was one of the synthesis function. There's another synthesis report that Bhavana just submitted also as a paper, which is on the whole question of what kind of foresight tools can be most useful in what part of the policy cycle, which we use, so to say, as a way of helping us to understand, what are the different steps in policy making. So if anybody's interested, we can talk offline on that. This one is now to say, why did this focus on radical food futures really come in? And we wanted to use it as a springboard here for the brainstorming with the wider community to see, is there really something in terms of a research agenda that Foresight for Food could help with. So so that's what we want to discuss with you. So here are some of the questions again. And we'll come back. This is just, so to say, the overall framing that we're going to discuss more is what are some radical elements that if we go down thinking of a new research agenda about that we should definitely think of incorporating. Is there a need for a really new scenario exercise by us or by whom? Who should be involved? What method should we use? Should it be scenarios? Should it be some other kind of foresight method? And is there really a need for new proposals that I personally would really like to push? A proposal from the Foresight for Food community to really think about new global food system futures, because the last food system futures on a global level were the World Economic Forum once in 2017. So they're almost 10 years old. There is nobody that has done a really big global futures exercise for a long time. And so much has changed since 2017. But as we'll see, if you look at what people are currently thinking about food futures up to about 2023, 24, which is where we cut off the studies, actually, we're still thinking all the same old stuff that when I started scenarios 20 years ago, we talked about. And that's a real problem. That's a real problem because the system has changed so much, but we're not incorporating that. So that's where this radical food systems futures session came about over the summer that we wanted to discuss with you now. So here is, oops, it's not working.
Sorry, should click back. Yeah, now you should.
Yeah, okay, good. So here is the synthesis report that Bhavana led together with John, Jim, and myself. We worked on in terms of saying, so what do we see basically that's happening in the study? And there is, we took out one part, which is the part on the scenarios work, into a paper where you can read, so what's, so to say, the synthesis, particularly on scenarios. So out of the 20 studies that we synthesized, 8 of them had full-fledged scenarios work in that, and that's basically, that paper has just come out in Frontiers about, what do we see basically in these scenarios, and why is there maybe a need for a next generation of scenarios work going on. So as I said, 20 studies since 2017, and we were looking at, so what are the key drivers and trends that people are basically talking about in that? What are the ones that we've seen that are, so to say, the usual suspects? What is kind of the new one? And what are common themes and uncertainties that are developed also into scenarios, and just trying to synthesize and make our way through this. So in terms of drivers, you'll see a lot of the usual suspects that people are, of course, incorporating policy and governance, or changing diets, or, social cultural paradigms. But there are, so to say, new details for a lot of them that's coming up. So on the technology side, it's the artificial intelligence. On the governance side, the question of land has come back up a lot, or whatever, the loss of indigenous food cultures and crops. So there is a couple of new, so to say, new emerging drivers that are coming up, more important. Of course, AI also, acceptability of protein alternatives, corporate power is coming in, and also the whole question of climate mitigation versus adaptation in the food system coming up. So again, it's some of the usual suspects, but it's, so to say, new details within that emerging, and that's good. Oh, still not.
I'm sorry, I was.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Okay. Yeah. And so out of these, focusing now on the publications that had scenarios in them, So to say, we looked at that and started to cluster them into, you know, basically a set of archetypes or families of scenarios. I think there were in total 32 different scenarios, so to say, each of them, and they were clustered. And what you can see is you can still cluster them actually quite nicely onto existing narratives, as I said, that we had over the last 20 years. So continuing trends, kind of business as usual, a bit more on the kind of globalization side and so on and so forth. Then, of course, the big green future around global sustainability and how could that look like in the future. Then the whole idea of small is beautiful, local solutions still is basically always in there. What's coming a bit stronger, understandably, is the question of rising inequalities. But again, even 20 years ago, my very first scenario exercise, we had something that we called divided world, was exactly that. And then there's, of course, now more coming in, though, around this uncontrolled chaos or no governance or, you know, descending into escalating crises. Of course, that's coming up more, but it's not yet really finding its way into a new set of food futures. So when we did this clustering with Bhavana, Jim, and John, it was a little bit like, okay, we've seen that before. Is that really the kind of worlds that we can think about in the food space? Do we really need to start think a little bit different? Because there's a whole bunch of themes that seem to be popping up outside the food system that haven't made their way into no new narratives in terms of futures. Yeah, and again, these are futures, some globalized, the majority of them, the regional from the EU stuff, also from African food futures and so on and so forth. So you know, some of the trends haven't made their way in. Here's a little bit more detail on what you can expect in each of these different futures. Yeah, so you can look into the report and into the paper to get more detail on that. But what I wanted to point you in the key findings is basically that. So there is limited divergence from the familiar food system pathways. Yeah. And there is a need for new radical thinking somehow, because, and I come to a whole bunch of topics that are not in there that I think, or we think, we need to really start exploring. Yeah, the whole question of a real paradigm shift in food and how that really looks like, and what these new paradigms are, and who owns them. So one of the interesting thing also that came out is the whole question of governance shift. So what we see more in the food futures is there's a starting to come up a new focus on who leads the different futures. Is it community-led? Is it market-led? Is it governance-led, government-led? Or is it private sector-led? Or who else? Consumer-led? That's coming out more. And there are more ideas about these different, who owns these different futures. But it also means that there is less cohesion about thinking of a way forward. Right? Because if we have these different futures, at the end, the future is going to be a mix of all these different things. But we used to have more cohesion through the SDGs and whatever, like where should the whole thing go? And that's basically been wiped away over the last, not just last year, but also since the pandemic, right? And the food futures are not yet, we think, adequately reflecting some of that, and therefore is maybe a need to do something about it. So here you see some of the new elements and a little bit what Bram also said that's coming up in these food futures, whatever shift to new, whatever second green revolution, yeah, so the tech world, or extreme social stratification, or more plant-based diet. So that is, so to say, the details of what you can see in some of the futures, but it's not yet really played out more specific. So if we look at big paradigms, no engagement with the degrowth paradigm, or very little. No real engagement with the whole question of decolonialization. That's come up very strong. You know, the rise of the far right. How would a far right food system look like? Probably very different because of the closed border kind of thing that they're talking about. And I think even they haven't really thought through what's a far right food system. And they would be, I'm sure so many people here would not be happy eating cabbage the whole winter, because that's the only thing that you could get, right? Cabbage and leeks and carrots. Yeah. Concentration of power, the question of concentration of power and how that really plays out in the food system, particularly in the middle bit of the food system. The missing middle that we often don't talk about, I think is extremely important, but is not really brought up in a lot of the thinking. AI, of course, you know, opening up completely new worlds that we don't even know how to grapple with yet. Personalized medicine, or the whole question of commoning. Yeah, so basically that here, I don't know if you walked outside to Port Meadows, which is just here behind Jericho, behind where where St. Anne's is, there is an area of common grazing that exists here in Oxford since 1,000 years. And people literally can put on their cows and horses if they want to. It's a big floodplain, yeah. But that area of commoning, actually, I just had a master's student working on that for Switzerland. Yeah, and there's some really interesting ideas of how land could be used way differently than what it is, because for a lot of young people interested in farming, that's why she wrote about it, no entry points. Really difficult because of the whole land question, yeah. Then, you know, totally different community structures. How would that work for food? The question of sharing economy, yeah? And I haven't even put circular in here because we haven't really developed circular economy ideas enough in food. So these are just some of the new idea and paradigms that, so to say, some of them show themselves here in some of these new narratives. So, or let's say bits and pieces of these narratives. But again, if you look at most of the scenarios, they're still very much within a global, kind of globalized, kind of still growth paradigm world, a functioning market world with a big trading system without barriers. So we as a community really need to think, how do we work with that, and how do we bring that into scenario work? And therefore the question on Foresight for Food, and is it something for the network to say, okay, you know, how can we mobilize for thinking about a new, you know, exercise? Who would want to do something, who's interested, where do we go from here in terms of you know, proposal development, to take that forward. So that's what we want to discuss in the session with you. But I want to hand over to Marike first, because she's also been thinking about some of that stuff and has been involved in some thinking about that. So, sorry, let me just see if there was one other slide. But anyhow, we can come back to the slides. Okay, and we take questions afterwards, and then maybe hopefully going into the discussion. Okay, Marike, over to you.
Thanks, Monica. Let me show. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Really nice. And yeah, I think that's a really nice connection to Marike's work. Yeah, Marike, you can share your screen. Yeah, and I was really triggered by the different things and the gaps that we are seeing. And I think what you said about, yeah, that we're somehow very good at imagining very negative futures, and we're also good at understanding business as usual. But what is now different, but also positive, it's difficult to imagine. And I think, Marike, you can give us a bit of an idea there, because, yeah, how can we imagine from a more desired state something very different? So, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Bram, and thanks, Monica, for this great introduction and really sort of like setting the scene on the different kind of radical futures that we want to start imagining, or at least have more discussion on a more global level. So I wanted to share with you this experience that I have with the Disruptive Seeds project. It's a project that I coordinated together with my former colleague, Lucas Rutting. He's the main researcher behind the Disruptive Seeds approach that I'll be presenting and sharing with you. And this is a project that was implemented through CGR in the former round of science programs in the initiative focused on climate resilience, the Climber initiative. So maybe just to set the scene, within sustainability transitions, they've really been criticized to focus, to not sufficiently focus on the addressing power and agency within food systems transformation. So this is we feel that this is quite striking, given the power and the shifts in power that are really inherent to transformations. And also history shows us that in order to have progressive social transformation, there has to be some sort of unruly social unrest or struggle to reach transformation. We also have, what we've also seen, and scholars have been writing about this, is that there's this risk of shifting the burden of transformation to more vulnerable groups. So these are really different elements about transformation, and not only about transition, but really talking about transformation of societies that would help making food systems more sustainable, and not only more sustainable, but also more just. And the Disruptive Seeds approach really embraces these radical innovations or grassroots initiatives or organizations that challenge this unsustainable and unjust practices. And as you will all recognize, the Disruptive Seeds approach is mainly based on, or is born from Elena Bennett's work on seeds of a good Anthropocene. So the main elements that's added to this approach is this true focus on power and how power dynamics should change and shift within systems to be able to reach true transformation. So what we do is that we really part from these radical grassroots initiatives that challenge the current status quo, that challenge the unjust and unsustainable ways in which systems are still working, and believes that when we imagine a process and analyze what elements in a system are not working and are unjust and unsustainable, and then start imagining through a series of prompts and questions how that system could be different, then by imagining that process, we start taking the steps to reach those futures. An important second element, at least of this project and the focus that we had, was really linking not only imagining those futures, but really with true climate action in the present of these more radical initiatives in the present. So Disruptive Seeds are basically niche initiatives or practices that are currently marginal, so they're taking place but on a small scale, but that really have the potential to grow and impact and transform a system. And we focus this project on food systems by really challenging these currently dominant and unsustainable incumbent systems and the actors that are related to it. So Disruptive Seeds, they can be social initiatives or new technologies, socio-ecological projects or organizations, but also often movements, organized groups of people that are doing things in a totally radically different way. And the idea, just as Elena Bennett also describes, is that by imagining the future where these currently small-scale initiatives are the new norm, that's where we can really start imagining a more just and prosperous future and start taking action in the present to reach those future. So I think you'll recognize a few of the scholars that we've mainly been inspired by. So there's the work from Flor Averino, but also from Feola and Patterns, distinguishing between transition management and true transformation, and really focusing on the role of power, right? What different kinds of power do we have within societies? And on the other hand, this focus on these niche initiatives. Some of them are moderate, as Avelino explains, and other ones are more radical, really challenging and sometimes disrupting how things are currently working. And this disruption is on purpose. It's very well thought out with the intention of creating change in a system that's more prosperous for the most vulnerable. Okay, so as I mentioned, this exploring of the future is very much linked to action in the present. This is an aspect of the project that I personally really liked, because I've always been working in my career in foresight and exploring these futures. My work was always very much focused on supporting the formulation of policies, creating NDCs, nationally determined contributions, really on a country level, focusing on planning for the future. And I feel that we're at a moment where we need to instigate this action in the present. So what we did in this project, and we focused on Guatemala, and then amplified toward Kenya, is to create these transformative pathways together with a wide and diverse group of stakeholders, and also representatives of these disruptive seeds, and make transformation pathways and action plans to realize those futures, right? To make them reality. So what we did in the first place, each country that we started working with, we did an exhaustive mapping process where we identified these disruptive seeds. So what we first did was understand, okay, what does the food system in this country look like and what's not working, right? What are elements of this food system that make it unjust and unsustainable? And then we started looking for small-scale initiatives that addressed those issues. So in Guatemala, we found indigenous groups protesting against 24/7, really having these protection schemes in their communities against mining. So companies from abroad that the government gave permission to mine on their land, whereas their community didn't give permission for that. We also found organizations that are really challenging traditional agriculture, in the sense that, monoculture, using a lot of pesticides. So really focusing more on agroecology or regenerative agriculture. We also found a lot of and really well organized organizations on a regional and country level, lobbying for and doing advocacy work for land rights. So basically communities that are forced to leave their land because on a historical level, because of the war that had taken place, but also still currently now due to foreign companies that barge in and take their land, and always often working together with the government. So these are a few of the initiatives that we found in Guatemala. In Kenya, we found initiatives led by indigenous groups that are lobbying for the rights of indigenous breeding techniques, pastoralist rights, also many cases related to green grabbing. So, international companies or other countries buying green land, and thereby local communities having to leave that land. Also a lot of conversation about the use of fertilizers and pesticides, really like even by law, prohibiting people to multiply their own seeds. And well, just to give you a few examples of the kind of initiatives that we identified in each country. And then the second step was to really bring all these people together to imagine more sustainable futures. It was really a visioning exercise, so focused more on positive futures. And what we would do, or what these people would do, we would just guide the process, is to imagine what the future would look like if their ways of working would be the new norm. Then people, and I'll go more in detail about this, they would develop these transformation pathways towards those vision. And we also included taking into account future uncertainty by doing a more explorative scenarios exercise to sort of like test and robust those future visions. And the third step was then translating those transformative pathways in real actionable plans. So, okay, this is the future, but what should happen tomorrow, next month, and at the end of the year so that we make sure that we're moving towards those futures, and then what should we do in the next years after that. The last step was really focused more on institutional strengthening of these multi-stakeholder platforms so that they themselves could be lobbying and moving towards these food systems transformation. And this is really only like a guiding principle, because most of these organizations were extremely capable of already doing that themselves. Our role was more about, you know, supporting and creating these more platform role where they could support each other to sort of like enhance the impact individually of all of them, but really creating like coalitions of actors of change to together move forwards to these new futures. And I think that some of you might know the case of the Netherlands, where several of these small scale initiatives work together to divest the funding of this big pension fund, right? So this theory is sort of based on this case as well, where basically when all these small initiatives, when they start working together, they can really move towards change. Okay, so the next phase, yes.
You can not have too much detail, but proceed with all the steps. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. So the next step was really focused on developing these food system transformation pathways, and you all know the work of the 3 Horizons model. The main maybe what I want to focus on is that the main process here is to imagine what happens so that these small scale initiatives gain power and become the new norm, and then also especially focusing on this process in the middle where conflict perhaps should take place, and what happens then, analyzing how these more mainstream dominance unsustainable actors lose power and what needs to happen in this space, right? What enabling conditions or power shifts are needed to reach these just and sustainable futures. The methodology is based on a series of questions that help stakeholders to analyze the current food system. What are the main power issues in that food system, and then also analyze how these disruptive initiatives address those power issues. So what people would do was really then work on a timeline to plan in time how those shifts in power would take place. They also use the future wheel to sort of like really understand what are the first and second level impacts of those new future worlds. And then this last phase really focusing on translating these transformative pathways into actionable plans. So just to mention quickly, and I think this is my last slide, just a few examples. So in Kenya, the coalition, the Disruptive Seeds Coalition, they worked together on lobbying for the livestock bill, where they were able to include the right to indigenous breeds and traditional pest management systems, which was, we can't imagine, but this is something that was, it was not possible by law for pastoralists to have their own indigenous breeds, which actually turned out to be much more resilient towards climate change. This was something that they really had to lobby together as a coalition to make that happen. In Guatemala, one of the main elements of their future vision was that more people would be producing in a regenerative way, and they wanted to make sure that the way that they teach about agriculture within the government, but also in education institutions, is in a more regenerative and agroecological way. So they are now currently lobbying with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock to develop a training program in regenerative agriculture for their extension services, so that when the government supports farmers, it's more in a way that supports agroecological principles. Okay, so that's it from my part. I just quickly wanted to mention this paper that we published last year that much more focuses on on the imagination of these radical food system alternatives. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Marika. And I think this is super interesting because also in terms of topics, we've talked about, the failure of imagination, difficulty to think outside the current system. I think a lot of the tools and methods you're also describing, I think are also new for most of us, at least for me. We haven't been able to apply this in Foster, right? So this is also something that we can think about. So I really like this presentation to get us thinking. I want to move quite fast to the group work this time. So let's propose not to. Is that a question? I don't think it's.
No, they're the questions for the group work.
The questions for the group work. So I think also just because of the after lunch thing, we have to stay awake, right? So let's just go to our group work and get people brainstorming and sharing a bit based on what has been presented.
Yeah. It looks like Aline raised a hand.
Oh, is there a hand?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That's a brand new.
Yeah, in the meantime, you can ask the question and then I can put up the mural board.
The end of my.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm not sure that, and thanks for those very interesting presentations. I'm not sure that I can stay for the group work, so this is the reason why I'm just dropping some thoughts now, and then you're free to take them into account later. But just one thing is that, like, for this, the fact that we are maybe not radical enough in the way we design the future, like either with quantitative tools or foresight. I'm really thinking about indeed like who we bring to the discussion. So if like the scenarios and foresight work is done by scientists, I think that maybe scientists in general are not radical enough, or already much more too optimistic, idealist, already know a bit how like society works and what they want as outcome. So I think that could be also like part of the bias. Like, and even when we do stakeholder workshop, like who do we invite in the room? People who are in power position already, people who are influential, people who are mostly mainstream, so that could be clearly like also how like this extreme right scenario does not pop up naturally in our scenarios. And even I would say like sometimes in workshops, like we try to invite like people with divergent views, but when we start to do scenarios, we put people in groups and then say, okay, each group come with one, trajectory or vision. But in this group, you have heterogeneous people. So you always try to have some kind of a mini consensus in this group. So sometimes these radical views, for example, extreme right, again, will not, pass the test of a group if like it's a mix of people. So I think that sometimes also when we engage with stakeholders already, of course, trying to have people who are quite marginalized in this workshop is a challenge. And then like let them do their own, like not trying to have a consensus or already find some agreement with other groups in the room. And then you will really like have, I think, a much more broader spectrum of futures. So yeah, I think that these are the two thoughts: who and how we put them together in order to give some feedback into this foresight on your side.
Very nice, very nice.
I think that's a really, really important point. And we have actually, one of our questions is about who should be involved in all of that. And I think we really need to add to that the how as well. This is where the process becomes in as really important. But that's exactly, Aline, and you're spot on. That's exactly the kind of questions that we want to talk through with all of you now to see, basically, can we take this work forward? Should we take this work forward? And then who would be interested basically as part of the network to work with me and Mareike and others on that? And, really come up what we need is a funding proposal, basically, to kind of think this through in more detail and how would we organize that. So, but yes, first a little bit more on what do we need to take into account, who should be involved, and what methods should we use, right? So also it was to see in Mareike's presentation using all kinds of different tools, not just the scenario tools. So yeah, we should think about that a little.
And maybe just one, if I may, just with a quick follow-up comment, is that I've been quite impressed by a presentation, I think 2 months ago, by a council on poverty for in France. So like they established a council really like to try to engage with people who are most affected or most suffer poverty. And I found that quite useful, So for example, if there would be such platforms in all countries, like we're already targeting some people who are marginalized usually and so on. And then they try to bring them for some specific occasion and also like directly like share like some of the outcome of, for example, recommendations of strategic plans or things like that. I remember like now it was like on climate change mitigation, what are the measures that people should do to reduce their emissions and then like, make them react sort of that. So I'm just wondering if like there are already like some interesting platforms in each country that could be used by researchers, by us, to facilitate the access to this marginalized group.
Yeah, really nice. And I like that link that you actually make to deliberative democratic innovations in a way, right? These kind of councils, I think in Paris, citizenship assemblies could also perhaps benefit from these kind of discussions, right? And I think that's what you're also referring to. Really nice to see you again, by the way, Aline. It's been a while. Yeah, great. Okay, so yes, these are the questions. I would propose we once again have two groups here in the room. Maybe we hustle up a bit. Yeah, mixed group.
Shift that block of photos to the left.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So these are the 4 questions, and they sort of align with the mural board as well. Let me just share the mural board. So what we'll do is we'll have the online group once again working together. Let's say group 3. There's basically 3 questions, right? So for each question, there's spaces to answer. I think that can be group 1. This can be group 2 again. Yeah. And then we have let's have a bit more time for this time. Huh? So let's take it through, really talk through a lot of these things and share a lot. Yeah, at least a half hour for this. Let's start. Thanks everyone for joining. We have now invited Katindi. Really great that you're here with us. Every year is too much. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's a bit like caipirinha.
Okay, so let's just dive straight into it. Continue. Thanks. Yeah, share your screen. What we want to do here is share a bit of an update from some work that we're doing together with FARA, with the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. Katindi is sort of leading that together with our teams and also with the wider input of the community. This is a project that's funded by IDRC, so it's great to see you here as well, Fraser. Really nice that you're here, and it's really nice to also be able to share some of the work we've been doing in the past half year, including our recent findings from our workshop in Addis. But also, this is also a session for us to not only share, but also get more input and get more suggestions for the guide that we're developing, and which is progressing, I think, very nicely at this stage. So, and that's a great work that's being done by Katindi and Kristen as well. And yeah, I think what we want to do is have I think, short presentation. Katindi, let's not spend too much time talking about all the different elements of the guide itself. We can share for those interested later who want to be involved in more active reviewing and engagement with the document itself. We can share that with them in draft form in a short while. At this stage, we just want to get a bit of discussion going as to some of the quality criteria that we've identified through various rounds of engagement with stakeholders. We want to get a bit of discussion going about, how do we evaluate basically the work that we're doing? It's a really important part of our discussion also yesterday. And also a bit of a think of, what makes it difficult sometimes to achieve impact in, for instance, some challenging policy context, right? And how does then also the quality criteria and the evaluation perspective come in? So Katindi, go ahead. And then we'll have some group discussion thinking as well. Yeah.
All right. So should I spend like about 15 to 20 minutes, I think, in the presentation or less?
Yeah.
And then I can, sawa. Thank you. So basically, the guide is a practical tool that we want to give anyone who's involved in food systems and foresight working in this context of Africa, mainly because we have a lot of interest in Foresight, and obviously the ballooning is definitely diminishing the quality of Foresight work that we are seeing. But the question becomes, how do we make sure that, you know, Foresight is, the processes are high quality and there is impact? So one of the main things we are trying to address here is that looking at Foresight, and the claim that Foresight makes is that it is actually impactful in changing dynamics, systems, and being able to actually bring results. But a lot of times that claim is not substantiated. And the question becomes, how do we embed monitoring and evaluation, which normally is not done very well within Foresight, to make sure that those claims can actually be substantiated? And so part of this work begins to address that main gap, and of course, in the context of the Global South. So obviously, we are trying to explore, of course, the question of impact, but also what assumptions we are making when we say that food system transformation can actually be experienced when you think about, when you actually embed Foresight within it. And what then are the, you know, quality, what does a quality criteria look like? How do you know that a process has gone through, you know, the process is actually going to then lead into change and innovations in many ways, but also what practical frameworks, tools, or approaches are needed for us to be able to do this. So one of the biggest, as we have been doing this work and debating with different people, we began to realize that we needed to be very clear who the users of this work is, because when obviously you talk to practitioners, they then feel like it is a participatory guide. When you talk to M&D people, then they inherently position it as an M&D framework. So, but also apart from that, we began to realize that it wasn't very clear, because a lot of people thought it was, you know, for grassroots levels. And so our own interpretation, and, you know, we provided this clarity that obviously this guide is for anyone who is initiating the work, who's funding the work, who's advocating, but also who's making sure that this work or policy, it has policy impact, and it is also done well to achieve those policy results. And so from the upfront, we agreed that we must say what this is not, so that we remove that confusion from the readers. And therefore, we are saying it's not our how to do Foresight guide, it's not an M&D framework, and it's not a step-by-step participatory manual. Now, why should people read the guide? I think just as a preliminary thought is that we want people to be able to navigate complexity. And if you think about food systems is complex in itself. When you think about governance policy, that's complex in itself. When you think about the context of Africa, that is also complex. And I think from the upfront, what we are telling the reader is that you cannot take this issue of complexity, you know, lightly, and it has to be embedded in what you're going to do, so that you're able to really be true to the process. The other thing is that, of course, there are a lot of things going on within this context. And part of it is that these conversations take place in very formal spaces. But 80% of populations are actually work in the informal sector. And they're the ones really, if you think about it, driving a lot of the narratives and a lot of the dynamics that are going to shape the future. So a shared vision is saying that we need to include these people in this roadmap. So to what extent is that done, so that we have a shared vision? And then, of course, to ensure quality, obviously you have to ensure that the work is ethically done, effective, and relevant. And for us to achieve impact, then, of course, you're thinking about the entry points into policy and so forth. Then onto the criteria itself, which is where the meat of the work is. The first thing we agreed is that there has to be preconditions for anyone engaging in Foresight in this context. And so, number one, it has to go beyond the fact that Foresight is a buzzword to transformation, and therefore Foresight must be embraced as a vehicle for fundamental transformation, not just one of those tools you use for prediction. And obviously, there has to be honest engagement. We've been in processes where Foresight actually seeks to get a certain outcome, just like researches sometimes are curated. And therefore, there isn't any interest to have very genuine and honest engagements. And if that is not, if we have the official narrative and curate it in such a way that only the official narrative is captured, those honest engagements are not there, and therefore policy impact is actually affected. For that to happen, you need a safe space where people can actually express themselves and really have very uncomfortable conversations. And therefore, to what extent is someone curating this process? Are you committing to making sure that, you know, the culture of that psychological safety is provided, but also the willingness then to embrace discomfort? And I see this a lot in policy spaces. People don't like those uncomfortable because they're in the privileged space, and therefore when people share their lived experiences, sometimes it becomes very uncomfortable. And therefore, the person curating this must understand that that's part of what transformation entails. The other one is obviously cross-sectional, you know, and cross-sectoral conversations. Many people work in silos, and even the way we've organized policy, it is Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and rarely, sometimes all these are curated in very competitive, you know, they are in a competitive environment for resources. And so how do you create a culture and a process, or even within the limitations that are there, to make sure that that cross-sectionality is incorporated from the beginning? Then there's obviously things around ethical and moral compass. And for this, we say that a lot of times the person actually doing the process matters, because there are many people associated with different either political factions and so forth, and that affects the acceptance of policy from the beginning. So again, to what extent is that taken care of? But also when we consult people, to what extent are there, you know, inputs truly reflected within processes? Within the African context, there's a lot of gatekeeping in the policy space. So if you can identify different champions that understand, you know, the transformative nature of foresight and food systems, you want to have champions for that kind of work. And there are examples to be said about how that has really made the difference to make sure that policy conversations are actually sustainable. And the reason for that is that a lot of times the institutions are not strong enough to carry on policy work, many times without personalities. And so as we institutionalize, how do you balance that with personalities to make sure the sustainability is achieved? Now, on to the second set of things and criteria that we were looking into. We talked about contextual and it being socially relevant. And this is now talking in the context of Africa. So obviously it depends. If you're doing it in the north, in the west, in the central part, in east and the southern part of Africa, all those are different contexts. And so you need to really think about that, those contexts separately. And the idea here is to just bring that to the fore. The second one is this duality that is constantly happening. I did mention that before, how you bridge the formal and informal, and valuing the knowledge and practices of both worlds. They're very different. The rules of the game are very different. So you find that a lot of investments is made to the 20% that are in the formal space, whether it's, you know, infrastructure, formal trade, you know, from trade negotiations on food, food system, you know, points. But the 80% that are operating informally are operating on, you know, informal trade, informal cross-border trades. You know, they are not even sometimes in the formal financial system. And therefore, how do you then incorporate them? And then there's this, therefore, for the foresight implication here is that the person curating this process must have that hybrid mindset. And obviously, many times, foresight processes don't have money, they're within a certain timeline. And we are saying that your timelines and the resources must really help you incorporate this hybrid mindset, so that you can hear the stories on the different sides of the world, and so that you can really be able to curate a process that takes into account or both the things that are going on in both worlds. Then obviously that means you have to value informal knowledge. And informal knowledge here is lived experiences, because obviously with the data modeling, data predictive analytics and so forth, which is very good, has to be corroborated with qualitative data. Obviously, the subliminal part of it is that people have to really have trust for them to be able to speak about some of the nuances that make or break some of these processes. And that means that because you need to iterate with different stakeholders at such extensive levels, there is need to put in a bit of flexibility and timelines. And of course, this is a conversation that is very critical, particularly because of something I'll talk about with in relation to how we conceptualize time. And what we have found is when you do a foresight exercise with very strict timelines, obviously you have to have caps. But when everything is curated to the letter, it becomes very rigid and people just out of respect, will just tell you what you want to hear, and they really will not be open about what's really going on. This is a slide that is wordy, but it's really a comparison between what's going on in the informal and formal sector, but I'll spare you the details and you can read that later. Yes?
Maybe to go into all the different sections because we have more criteria, right? So maybe you can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, no problem. So there is the issue around indigenous philosophies. And over here, what we are saying is that they're very unique and allow me to call them peculiar characteristics that within this context. So one of them is the relationship with time, this collective well-being as opposed to individual well-being, and also this futuring as spiritual much more than, objective agency. So on that, I think it is important to just figure out what the contextualization of foresight there. And basically what we mean here is that, one of the assumptions we make is that the future is important for everyone. And so you have to demystify that and be able to embed that within the conversation. So the implications here mean that, the foresight exercise must really acknowledge these barriers and have entry points. Part of those entry points are just even storytelling, for example, and using indigenous knowledge systems as entry points to foresight conversations. So, for example, I put very interesting ones. There are people, for example, who observe, movement of birds and insects, and those can be, equated to early warning systems. And once you do that, then it's very easy for them to actually consume data that is giving them early warning. And there are many others for sense making, for resilience, and so forth. Then let's maybe move on from this. And obviously, storytelling is an interesting entry point, connecting modern data and so forth. So the other one is inclusive and empowering. And basically here, what we are saying is that foresight has to be democratized for the different reasons I gave about where this happens, and therefore managing power dynamics and the true meaning of inclusion, because many times we include, but in the process exclude people. Then there is accountability, transparency, and the ethical part of it. And on this, we are saying that many times, even when it comes to documenting these processes after we have consulted people, what we normally do is we exclude them, and the authorship is by, the person who did the exercise. So we are talking about telling them what the process is about and making sure that they know end to end, and being able then to give them feedback as well as part of ethical processes so that they can own the process. We also want to have sound theoretical and methodological foundations. And here we are saying that we need to really together, integrate, first of all, this into different policy cycles. So for example, if you do a workshop in June, just know that a lot of government officials are going to be trying to really think about the next budget cycle, and therefore you may not have optimum, productive engagement. So understanding such dynamics really helps, laying that groundwork for transformation, for example, pre-conceptualizing with the groups what change looks like, creating new networks, and basically the choices that you take in terms of the methodologies are very important. And the ones we recommend are building from the bottom and going upwards so that you can get to the formal spaces and then going back to the bottom to feedback. Then obviously we are talking about trying out incremental changes and mixing that with transformation, but also then the time frame is important in this context. So to a context where people sometimes don't even know what to eat for dinner, it is very challenging to try and ask them to think about even 1 week or 2 years. So how do you really show them the short term as much as you're showing that? It's important to think about today, but also today is a result of systemic change. And therefore, making that connection and being very deliberate is important for you to be able to get good conversations. Then, obviously, adequately resourcing the work is important. Many times we want to get into these processes with, all these limitations. It's important for us to factor that in. And then one of the ones that is important is we treat Foresight like a project rather than a culture within the institution and something that needs to be continuous. And so being very deliberate about continuously communicating this to different stakeholders to be able to build ownership is important. And then obviously one of the ones that is critical is this institutional embedding of Foresight within the process. And by this, of course, the issue of champions is important, getting political buy-in, and this cannot come in the end. It has to come from the beginning when you're curating the process. Obviously, shifting from linear systems to systems thinking, and obviously making Foresight attractive to policymakers. And part of that is because it's a political negotiation, and because politics is a make or break in this part of the world, how do you show win-win situations in such cases so that there's that political buy-in and goodwill? But as you train politicians to be your champions and include them, you need to work with the technical teams within government so that it is embedded within those places, but also not just in one place like the legislature, but triangulating that with somewhere in the executive, somewhere in the judiciary, somewhere in, research institutions or schools of government, so that all these people in many ways are working and somehow you will get results in the end. And so what we are saying is that we have to also, from the beginning, think about the change we want to see. So there's the surface level changes. Who do you involve? What are the resources? What is the policy? But as you continue, you have to figure out in the sustainability part of this processes, who are going to be your champions, what are the relationships you're going to make to continue the process, what are the power dynamics, but essentially what you're going to do to be able to improve or, alter the mental models. And so in this, basically, I think that's it from my part. And allow me to give Christine, we have been working together, to give us the monitoring and evaluation part of the framework, and then we can go into the discussion. Thank you, Kristen.
Thanks, Katindi. Kristen, you can go.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so thanks, Katindi, for that. So essentially, just to give you a little bit of background of how we came up with these guiding principles. We looked at existing Foresight projects and the types of evaluations that have been done. And we found more or less that evaluation is not carried out in a systematic manner, and not very many Foresight practitioners plan for evaluation. That being said, we found 3 broad categories of evaluation methods or types. So the first one is in the context where a Foresight initiative happens as part of a broader initiative, maybe a multi-country research project or a multi-country food systems project. The Foresight components are evaluated as part of the broader project, and using standardized evaluation methods like the results frameworks and the OECD criteria. And then we also found that a lot of initiatives use workshop surveys, for example, to find out what people learned, what they appreciated, any capabilities they developed. And then there's also quite a bit of work on lessons learned, reflection pieces, and the like. And then, of course, there's also, in the case of very well-financed, institutionalized Foresight initiatives, and especially the European Technology Foresight programs, they have very well-developed evaluation frameworks with many different steps and many different ways to look at the impacts and the outcomes and things like those. So based on that, and also based on discussions with practitioners and consultations, as Katindi mentioned already, we came up with a handful of guiding principles that would be useful when thinking about designing an MEL process. So that's what you can see on the screen. And so the first one is to adopt a multi-criteria evaluation approach. And this is because most foresight initiatives have multiple objectives. So there's the capacity building, there's teaching futures literacy, there's maybe influencing policy. And so therefore, when you're thinking about an evaluation, you have to take that into consideration. The second one is to assess the evaluability of a foresight initiative. And this is something that is done at the beginning of the project or the initiative. So you think about, first and foremost, is there a reason to evaluate this? And if that's the case, then who is this information going to be useful for? What kind of data do we need? Who do we need to get in touch with? What types of methods would be appropriate? And then this can guide any data that needs to be collected. If stakeholders need to be engaged from the beginning, then all these things can be thought about from the beginning. The third one is to evaluate the process as well as the outcomes. And this is a reflection of the fact that a lot of learning and a lot of the good things about foresight come from the process. And of course, a good process is a necessary condition for any outcomes that are good quality or for any impact that happens in the future. The fourth is to assess contribution rather than attribution. So because of the way foresight initiatives operate and the idea or the hope that they can influence policy or a strategy or behavior change or other things, it's often very difficult to find clear and direct linkages between the two. So it's more useful to focus on the contribution of the process and therefore use evaluation methods that can help you do that. The next criteria is to prioritize learning over evaluation for accountability. So this means that when you're doing the evaluation, it should be in the spirit of thinking about how to improve the process, how to document good lessons that can be used in other contexts, to think about in what context, what kind of tools worked, etc. And then the sixth one is to tailor the evaluation to the context, the purpose, and the audience. And so this means you need to take into consideration that some types of evaluation methods might not be the most efficient in a context where, for example, it's not possible to collect a lot of data, and also to think about the audience that this material is going to. And this can help you to choose among the different evaluation methods and processes when doing the evaluation. And the seventh one is to place stakeholder engagement at the center of the foresight evaluation. And this is because foresight is a participatory process. And here we are advocating for bottom-up approaches and the like. And so therefore, it's useful to look at evaluation approaches that are participatory in nature. And there's different levels of participation that there's different ways that you can involve participants in the evaluation. And of course, this also depends on whether these people are available and to the extent that you want them to be. And this is something that is looked at the evaluability stage of the planning process. And the last one is we suggest that some ethical considerations and overarching principles from the African Indigenous Evaluation principles. And these include things like informed consent, inclusivity, diversity, community involvement, and of course, being context sensitive. So having given you a very, very quick overview, I'll hand back to Katindi. So this is an example of one of the evaluation frameworks from 2009. And yeah, as an example to show you that there's many, many different ways of evaluating foresight initiatives based on different criteria. So thanks.
All right. Yeah. So basically, that's what we have prepared so far. We really look forward to your, critique or feedback in this first part. But in the second part, we would also, and maybe with your guidance, Bram and Monica, we had two main questions that we wanted to put forth for group work and maybe a feedback to us. And one of them was on M&D and the other one was on the policy impact. And we can speak to that, but first of all, we just want to hear your views on what you've had so far and what you're thinking. And I hand over the meeting back to Bram so that you can moderate that for us, because you're the one at least in the room and it's easier for you to be able to do that. Thanks.
Yeah, nice. Thanks a lot. Yeah, and I just wanted to just add that yeah, there's a whole process that came up to this, right? So I think you haven't gone into that much, but essentially this project started last year where we had a write shop in Oxford where we had also a bunch of experts coming together and talking about initial sort of outlines of these criteria, and then that was taken forward in literature review. Kristen was really heavily engaged in that, Katindi as well. We had various online dialogues, also specifically targeting the network, especially within the Africa food systems foresight context. And we had a workshop in Addis where we brought together a range of experts from across the continent also to talk through these criteria a bit more and flesh them out a bit more. And in this stage, we are now writing the guide. I should say Katindi is writing.
And Kristen.
And I'm, yeah, reviewing and chipping in at this stage. But essentially what we're now moving towards is a more sort of broad area where we're actually trying to, you know, share some of this knowledge in different contexts and different stages and getting more validation and input and, you know, turning this into a usable document that we can further promote using the networks of FARA and others who are in this space. Yeah. So that's just a bit of sort of what came before. And also the idea is also to launch this at a sort of significant forum in the coming months as well, right? Continue. That's also an idea. That's what I would like to add. Maybe if I think we would like to do a bit of discussions, I think, no, in groups.
Yeah, but I'm wondering whether after today group sessions might be a bit too much. I'm wondering whether it's better just to have a bit of.
Let's just have a conversation. Yeah, no, exactly. Also looking at time, it's difficult to get into it. I think there's plenty of things to be said right now. Shall we, you know, have a few things? Just, yeah?
Yeah, just a few
Sophie and Bart. Yeah.
Yeah, so great work, very interesting. I had two questions. One question was from this literature review on these quality criteria, what do you see as very like valuable sources when it comes to quality criteria? And the other question was this particular guide is now focused on the context of Africa, but to what extent do you feel like these quality principles are applicable more widely? Is there any plan to make this more widely available for more a global audience as well? So I'm looking forward to hear more about it.
Shall we collect questions or should we go straight into? Sophie, you want to add your question or?
I didn't raise my hand.
Oh, you did? Oh, I thought you were.
Yeah. I have a question.
Okay.
To me,
Yeah, the children look so similar, you can't tell the difference.
Sophie with me.
Thanks very much. And I was very impressed also, Tini, by your first slides. It was very concrete and nice overview of things that some are in my life because, well, we came across this during the activities, but this is a very clear overview. I'm involved in the reflection of the Foster project, and it's not a complete evaluation, also given the resources that we have, but more kind of internal reflection. But what I find most difficult is to reflect on certain methods or like how effective certain things were, to distinct that from how has been done, because I do very much agree that context and who's in the room and those kind of things matters, but it's every time so different. So to find a kind of a pattern to say, okay, this works well or this not, like, I'm a bit struggling with separating in certain moments the process from the methods or from the activities. And I was wondering, do you have any advice on that?
Actually, it's a really good one because I mean, yeah, you've conducted this reflection exercise for the foster program, but it would be actually very interesting to put the foster program along the criteria and see, you know, where do we see it applicable, where we see things missing.
I had a question.
Bart, yeah. Bart was the one.
Why not?
I think Bram needs a break.
Sorry, I just want to compliment and express my appreciation for the high level of sophistication of what you just presented to us. I really like it. And I particularly like the articulation of how you position it in the African reality. Both of you, and also welcome the specificity of informality, because I'm also putting together a guide for researchers, especially CG and national researchers dealing with informality in Africa, and that looks pretty similar to your starting point, and even your conclusions look very similar to what I'm suggesting as considerations, because it's systemically different when you enter into the informality. That's my point. But one particular observation on the M&E part is that I would also ask a question about the quality and maybe quality is not the right word, but who are the stakeholders that were involved, and do a bit of this articulation, whether they were actually influential, whether they were the right representatives of particular segments in society, whether they were powerful or not, and who were not invited in the process. And I think that's a very, very critical question in your M&E. Who was part of the party, who was not, and is there a disarticulation applicable?
Very nice. And Bart, you should lean forward, because now she thinks you look like Sophie. So, okay, I see some hands starting to get raised online. Should we keep going, Katindi, or do you want to already come in?
Yeah, I'm good to take as many comments as possible. I'm writing them down.
Yeah.
And then I can add on to them.
And then I'll look who's raised the hand online. I want to go online as well.
Okay. Katindi and Kristen, good to see you, and thank you.
Nice to see you.
For what you've presented. I'm just curious about whether part of what you were doing has involved a discussion with, especially with FARA, because they've been in this space a little longer. So I'm just curious to know about whether there's been discussion with other Foresight practitioners in the creation of this guide. I mean, of course, given your background, but also looking at that more broadly.
No, I mentioned Farah at the beginning, but Abdulrazak and Whitney are here also. So we are partnering with Farah on this. So this is hand in hand.
So
that's just a quick response to that.
From IDSC, it's FARA, and we are just supporting FARA in that effort.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
all right.
That's how it's.
Okay, great. So it's good to hear FARA is around, but so with, again, going back to the wider context of all these different Foresight practitioners on the continent, just curious if there were other views, whether it was from AFF or from others.
Yeah. Let's continue with online. Fraser, then Marike, then Simbarashi.
Thanks. Great to see all of this work, Katindi and Kristen. I'm just curious, I haven't yet seen the lit review. I'm excited to read it, but I'm wondering the extent to which you've included some of the work done by the Association of Professional Futurists just around evaluation and foresight. That's the first one. Great to see a set of principles around evaluation. I'm wondering if the guide will get into kind of suggesting maybe certain evaluation methods that seem suitable to evaluating different aspects of the foresight process and the outcomes. And then I'm also wondering, there's a lot on the sort of quality or the criteria to determine quality foresight. Will you be reflecting on those in kind of what you evaluate and sort of some, I'd say the word indicators, but ways to measure that quality in the actual evaluation?
Yeah, really good points. Let's keep collecting. Marika?
Yeah, thanks, Bram. And thank you so much, Katindi and Kristen, for presenting this. I think you did amazing work. What I really like about it is that it's not so much about methods, right? But it's really about the process. And I like to see this consciousness about the role and the responsibility that we have as people designing foresight processes of guiding our clients on who should be participating, right? We really have a lot of responsibility in that sense. And as was mentioned earlier, who is not there? Because who participates really can define what is said and also what's not said. And also, I just wanted to make a quick comment about this often wise link that we make with that foresight has to be used for policymaking. I think this is something that we should revise because and Carlijn Meiderman, she did a really interesting she did a paper about it. I'll share the link, but when we try to use foresight to support the formulation of policies, we often see that actually a lot of these recommendations are very much diluted. And I'm also saying this having worked so much with policymakers, that the radical things that really have to change often wise are not taken up by policymakers because they have a different agenda, right? Whereas other spaces within society have a more important role to push forward for those changes. And as you already mentioned, these more informal spaces, I think it's there where foresight can really make a difference. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Russia, I'll come to you, Dr. Walid.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Katindi and Christine for presenting this and for the solid foundation which you have set. But mine is curiosity on how the actual assessment measurement tool looks like. Is it going to have some qualitative and quantitative scales on it? Because foresight results and outcomes they are very difficult to measure. I still remember 3 years back when I was proposing a foresight project to my government. The sticking point was how do we measure the success, the impact of this project? If you are to fund it, we have to kind of justify the financial investment we put in this. How do we measure the final outcome? So mine is curiosity. If you can in the future reach a point where you bring out the scales themselves, are they quantitative? Are they qualitative? Is it a mixture of both qualitative and quantitative scales, so that at least we have something? It's for people who are not well versed in foresight itself. It's difficult to convince them to consider foresight. I'm talking from an experience where I had 1, 2, 3 projects that were actually declined on those grounds.
Yeah, good points. Dr. Walid?
Yeah. Well, I would question how effective will be what is suggested now in light of, in fact, the question whether we have guiding principles and methodology and approaches for the foresight itself. because ideally this should be, should be talk or speak in the same language and will be integral part of the whole foresight report. Well, I think what we need really urgently, I'm not aware if there are guidelines for developing a foresight process as such. Then the Milli plan here will be part and parcel. Milli plan is not how to measure whatever the outcomes, outputs or impacts, is also how to plan it. Milli planning is very important part of what we are saying. Now, speaking about the process and the result and the outcome, I agree fully that the process is equally important as the outcomes. But what's important in our case, it's not a choice. If the outcome, the process has no indicator within the project, the evaluation, it's not optional things, it's not wishful thinking. We wish the evaluation will bring us some results and judgment whether the process was all right or not. If the criteria for the process measurement are not included there, I work as evaluator all the time. I can't, my TOR, I stick to my TOR. And my TOR is derived from the project document targets. You evaluate the targets, so it should be, the process should have some targets to measure and the criteria. So we should not leave it so fluid within the monitoring and evaluation system as such, as per se. Even the lessons learned is not left normally to the evaluator to judge whether the lessons learned are okay or not. I mean, the project will include the criteria for the lessons learned, which should be reported periodically and then.
Good reflections from an evaluator in the room. That's great. Katindi,
yeah,
a lot of different points raised. I hope you wrote them a bit down. Do you want to respond to a couple of these suggestions and indeed good criticisms also coming in?
Yeah, I'll leave the evaluation part to Christine to answer that and the lit review, but I'll go into the questions around the principles. Are they applicable to other parts of the world? I think if we make reference to Africa because that was the TOR, but my sense is that obviously when I've had conversations with people in the global south, and particularly people who have either big informal communities or are very communal in how they relate, these principles do apply. And therefore, I guess the question to the team is how we position it in a way that it can be used within the global context. I think that's something we can agree on. But the framing was that we were doing this for Africa. Now, thank you for Sophie for just the comments you made around.
Continue. Hold on one second. Jim, you want to add to this?
Well, I'm just wondering if we can pick this one up directly and also with Fraser. I mean, I'm wondering whether we can actually sort of shape this in a way where it has a global context, but realizing that lots of its lessons have come from the African context, just Fraser, so that we don't end up with a product that's basically just only put in the Africa basket, because I think there's a lot of really valuable insights coming from this. So, I mean, maybe it's not something to resolve now, but I think it's maybe a really good point to just make sure that we frame it in a way that it does have global context or global relevance.
Yeah. So to Sophie's comment, I really appreciate that, and I'd really be glad to talk to you after this just to hear what your experience has been. But we had a really, this project is complex because there are many things that you could emphasize, like the product or the method or, the outcome. And we had to make choices. My own position is that the process is usually, the product is usually as good as the process. And many times we look at that conversation at the end rather than, and of course, if you have a bad process, you'll never get a good outcome. So what we've done in this exercise is to really try and tie the two, that your outcome and particularly, that policy influence that you want to have is inherently about the process. So there's a big emphasis on the process. And we are trying not to make this prescriptive, but much more general, so that then you can pick and choose what works for you. But we are saying that if you have these parameters in your mind as you curate this process, you're likely to be successful than if you don't. So that's where we are coming from, and that's how we are framing this project. Then when it comes to the whole question around, yeah, did we involve other people? Yes, we did. We are still trying to. The conversation hasn't been as many as we wanted to, but we felt that let's at least have a draft, and it is much easier to engage people based on the gaps that we have. And so as we are writing, we are identifying people. And actually part of this meeting was to say who in this meeting can give us very good, insights into some of the places where we need to flesh out a little bit. And so, yes, we have, but not to the extent that we would like, and we continue to by the end of the project.
Maybe just to add to this also, Fraser, I think you mentioned Association of Professional Futurists. We have been in touch with them. Katindi has been in discussion with them to do a shared session at the Dubai Futures Forum. This is an idea that hopefully can materialize. Apparently, it's not easy to get in there, but this is one of those ideas where we could really also land this in the Foresight space. So this is one of the plans that we're trying to move forward.
Yeah, Marike, I really, really, really appreciate your comment about the emphasis on policy usually leaves out a lot of the agency that could be taken up by very crucial stakeholders, that particularly because even in this space where you have a lot of informality, there's a lot that goes on. The rules of the game are very different, and yet they really drive change in their own unique way. So one of the things that just came to mind when you spoke is basically also what Simbarasha said. A lot of times when you engage in that formal policy government space, people are looking for big quantitative messages that fit in a bucket, like, oh, how will the ministry implement this? But I guess one of the things that I don't think we've done well, and is a point for us, is that we need to identify what are the checkpoints of success. So, for example, at the point when you are curating this and you're inviting people, this is a checklist of how you know that you're doing a good job. What does inclusion look like? And sometimes inclusion is actually exclusion. So those parameters, I think, is something we need to spell out. And what then is coming to my mind is also, what does success look like at that point? So that we are not waiting to look at success at the end, but it's also part of the process that we need to look into. And then,
maybe Katindi, I will you to pause there and just say that you'll think about the rest.
Yes, I will think about the rest, Bram. Let me give
maybe Kristen, maybe your thoughts
Christine,
raised as well. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so thanks everyone for your feedback and your questions and your suggestions. So I think you asked about the type of literature that we used. Well, we did a review of foresight evaluation methods, so published articles on foresight evaluation, what is impact, etc., to frame like the actual challenges around foresight evaluations and what are some of the existing ways that have been, what are people thinking about? Then we also looked at project output, so like any reports that were out there, any also articles about lessons learned, etc. So when we share the document with you, you'll have the full list of the literature we looked at. And we also did look at the Association of Professional Futurists, their guides, also their special review or their special edition on evaluation. And now to go to the questions about I think Simbarashi was talking about quantitative and qualitative indicators that can be used to show the actual impact of how it will be evaluated. I think that's something that is a big challenge for everybody. And it also goes to like the heart of how do you sell foresight to an institution like that has a very, very like, rigid and formalized way of doing things. And at the same time, foresight is also about opening like transformative pathways and everything. So in theory, there are some evaluation frameworks that can be used to, try and make it as close as possible to what an administration would like. But we also talk about how we can use foresight in other ways, like use it to link it more to participatory democratic processes and other ways to show like the additional value of foresight. So, I mean, there's a tension between turning foresight into such a familiar tool that it sort of loses the value, or finding a way to position the foresight. So to answer your question, no, we don't have any qualitative or quantitative indicators. And our guide is a set of principles. So we're not going to develop any of those. We are going to provide a list of tools and maybe a way to filter out which tools should be used in what context. Yeah. And we're also hoping to gain some insights from the actual Foster evaluation work that is going on to answer some of these issues around process, output, outcome, and how to evaluate them in a way that is understandable. Yeah, so a lot of these questions that you've raised, we are trying to think together.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
And maybe just to add that in this presentation, we focused on the criteria, but we didn't present the chapters of the guide itself, right? So this is the body of it, but there's also indeed other chapters which are about sharing more resources, linking up to other approaches that are there, and it's also can be helping to to see where if you have an initiative where it fits and how it can be further linked to more practical resources as well. We're also thinking of developing sort of an archetype theory of change that a lot of foresight processes are using, which you can also use to look at, hey, what level of impact am I trying to work towards, and then what kind of approach might be suitable if I want to move forward practically. So that's also a little bit part of this overall guide that we're developing, and you're all invited to contribute to that further development. I want to be wrapping up a bit because we want to now have a bit of a panel discussion about what we've been doing the past couple of days. Jim, yeah.
Just on this?
Wrap up, yeah.
No, I just wanted to acknowledge the great work of the whole team working on this, but in particular, as we've heard from Katindi and Kristen, but also I think the support from IDRC, because I think IDRC was one of the first groups that was involved in the whole Foresight for Food initiative back in 2017 or whatever. So it's really nice to see that sort of link of support with this. And also, of course, the really ongoing great connections with FARA. So I think, again, just sort of showing how the various tentacles of Foresight for Food can work and lead to some really good products like this. And I think, Fraser, I'm not sure if you've heard, we've been having very good discussions with the Dutch, who have more or less said that they're looking at continuing the work of Foresight for Food, assuming we can find the right mechanisms. So I think the work that we're doing here will be a great foundation for taking a next phase of the Foresight for Food work forward as well. So just thanks to everybody that's been involved in this really good bit of work.
Nice. All right. Great. Thanks, everyone. Yeah.